Okay, so today we're going to be checking out I was going to say Graveyard Simulator 2, which is a totally different sounding game, but Ship Graveyard 2. Ship Graveyard Simulator 2, names are hard. If you've ever played the game Hard Space Shipbreaker, imagine a game of the same general idea, but for naval vessels, with nowhere near as much story to it, or voice acting, or anything like that, and may or may not have perhaps fairly janky physics. But multiplayer, apparently, though I've never tried it. We're going to pop in here. I haven't played this game in like 2 years when it first dropped in like its earliest access, so I don't remember anything about that. Does it have explosions? I believe so, yes. We didn't get to the major hazards in the game the last time we played. Do you want to play the tutorial? Nah. Congratulations, you own a scrapyard. Oh, that is not the pace I expected to run. We're like, we're full on running with like a weirdly like this kind of walking. Okay. Yeah, so I mentioned the game's got a little bit of jank to it. So what I need to do is I don't remember, maybe I should have done the tutorial. What I'm trying to remember is we have to buy a shipwreck. Shop. In the store, you can sell pieces that you have already sorted from the ship. This will enable you to purchase larger ships and upgrade your tools. Okay. Yep, so that's just to sell stuff. And this will be for our tool upgrades. In the tool shop, you can purchase blueprints necessary to enhance your tools to be more efficient dismantling your ship. Yeah, so I can get better tools, but before we do any of that, we need to get a shipwreck. That's a recycling center over there. The workshop. In the workshop, you can use purchase blueprints to improve your tools. To do this, you have to have certain types of materials and the right amount of cash. Right, because you don't just buy your upgrades in this game, you actually like have a process. That's a recycling center. We go and we process, like basically, yeah, you sell resources for money. And Darkstrider in their 120 stream streak. Thank you for the last 120 streams watched without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. Okay, so, okay, there's the sign for the ships. That's what I was looking for. Alright. And apparently we can carry 133 pounds. Did the stream crash? Yeah, so it was, the internet dropped on my end. Okay, so we can get our first step. So I have no knowledge of how much money I've got. Can I see how much money I have? Is there an inventory? That's my flashlight. Nothing to scan. Yep, well, I have no idea how much money I am. Oh, 75 bucks. It's right up there in the middle. It's just, it was under that light, so I didn't notice the contrast. So I have 75 bucks. Let's start with a very small old ship. No one even looks at it, so you can have it for free to practice. Sure. Warning, do you really want to buy the ship? Buying a new ship will clear the player, truck, and warehouse of resources. Recycle first. Alright. Okay. In the sorting place, you will sort pieces you retrieved from the ship. This allows you to sell specific materials to the shop and use them in the workshop. To sort items efficiently, ensure they are placed at the appropriate containers. You'll be rewarded extra money for efficient sorting. You can speed up the process by using Boost. I was trying to drift it. So, I have a problem. I've beached it, and I can't get out. Click when you stuck. It's not click when you are stuck. It just says click when you stuck. Alright. Oh, your brakes are terrible. That engine noise is also authentic. Did I mention this game? This game is a little jank. All right. I guess you could just... Okay, we're carrying too much. Oh, I guess it's just saying that's good. All right. So I clean up all the random rubbish. Okay. And as long as you have a free, like, arc to it, it always lands in the truck. If something gets in the way, you can have it where it'll miss. Hey, Snoot, how's it going? Alright. So, now I need to remember what tools we need for stuff. So I need to break the rivets apart. Going good? Done with meetings for day? Now you want to see some ships be recycled? Some ships are gonna be something. Alright. And this is a game where you can cause things to catastrophically fall apart in cursed ways. Alright. Can you get hurt? Yes. I don't think there's fall damage, but there is, like, you can get electrocuted, you can get exposed to harmful materials. I believe you can get crushed. If there is fall damage, I haven't achieved it. We didn't play super late into the game the last time we played it, like 2 years ago, when it was super duper early. It's still a super jank game. That's, it comes from, like... I mean, I was gonna say an era of a bunch of games coming out being kinda jank, but let's be real, that era hasn't stopped yet. Alright. But one of the dangerous but satisfying things you can do in this game is if I tear apart all the connections down here first, I can cause the whole thing to, like, catastrophically fail and collapse on itself, and then just pick up the mess. This is uncomfortably similar to third world shipbreaking, and you hate it. You might realize that that's kind of literally what this is supposed to be referencing. Hence where we run into lots of dangers and all that kind of stuff. What's also interesting is I am playing in full screen windowed mode, which normally doesn't have a title bar. You can't see it on your end, but I do technically have a screen above my main screen, and I definitely see the title bar up there. So I'm not I'm not sure what jank way they made this full screen windowed mode, but it ain't right. That's all I gotta say. Okay. And definitely work directly above your own head. And later on, we'll get better tools where it won't take nearly as much to knock these out. I mean, we got some pretty good range on this thing. Okay, I have to see. What is the range? Okay, so... I mean, that's some real solid range there. So, that's considered in range, that wall. My person must be sitting here like full arm, like extended, swinging that hammer, and like leaning as forward, like under tippy toes. It's probably fine. Something Minecraft teaches you not to do. Oh yeah, the rules in Minecraft. You never dig straight up and you never dig straight down. You dig straight up, you might find yourself buried in sand. You dig straight down and suddenly there's nothing below you. And then gravity does what gravity does. Alright. I'm surprised that they added multiplayer to this game. I imagine, as difficult as it is to get multiplayer to work smoothly, it's gotta be absolutely cursed. I expect Desync City. And I wouldn't honestly want it any other way for a game like this. To be fair, games that are this level of janky can actually be a lot of fun and well worth the price. Sometimes they can be absolutely infuriating, but sometimes they're absolutely well worth every penny. In the end of Gravity, there's lava. Yep. Nothing below you isn't as bad as figuring out you dug into a lava pool. I mean, both are pretty bad. Put on your helmet. Put a mask also required. We do not allow asbestos to be carried away in the lungs for the construction site. Yeah. Like in real life, when you're in a work site that's dealing with asbestos, they'll literally put like a tent over the spot, and they'll have what's effectively a glorified like sawdust type collection system set up, and everyone will be in bunny suits. Like you don't mess with asbestos. The moment it gets torn or cut, you're just playing a dangerous game. The worst thing is you don't even know if you lost the game till 20, 30 years later. I used to know the guy that there's, I forget the name of the website, but there is a website that's like the primary resource for people who found out that they have, I forget the name of the cancer that you get from asbestos, but, that ran the website that's like, you know, you get your word that you've got the lung cancer that asbestos causes, and they basically, from there, you're told, hey, you got like a month to live, get your stuff in order. And so he ran the website that's like, hey, look, man, here is the list of all the things you gotta go, here are the resources. Yeah, so he used to run that website, and, you know, he made money on it, but he was trying to keep it as cheap as possible to help people out, because he had a family member who had passed away from it. But it was just, he had all the resources handy, so that when you're dealing with that, it's like, you don't want to be spending all of the end of your life dealing with paperwork and all that. Okay, I was expecting a little bit more dramatic of a break, but okay. But yeah, And so it was kind of a fascinating thing in how they had set it up, which was good. Like I said, they kind of just got you in touch with someone who had like the whole package of things, and you basically just need to run through and, you know, sign the right places, make the handful of decisions you got to make. That's why it's so heavily regulated. It is one of those things you get your phone call from your doctor. It's like, well, that's that. There's just not, unless something's changed, there's just no anything they can do for you beyond, you know, giving you something for pain, you know, management and such. Alright, so pretty soon stuff's gonna start falling apart. Because we're busting out all the rivets holding everything together. Actually, as I recall, I think the stuff stays rigid until you start actually removing the plates, and I want to say underneath the plates there's the girdering. Oh, it knocked apart all the stuff that was nearby. Okay. Alright. Your grandfather went from a healthy, strong retire to passing away in 9 months. The degeneration of quality of life is severe and alarmingly fast. Yeah. I haven't personally had someone with that specific condition, but I've certainly been along the ride for other forms, and it is surprising how fast you can move from everything is right to everything is not right. It's not fun. We don't need to dig into the topic too much. But yeah, it's just, you know, you take stuff seriously. The good old boy of, well, in my day, we didn't worry about... Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of you died, so let's maybe not emulate. We didn't know better, well, at least in a lot of cases, we didn't know better. So, let's hopefully learn from that. Do I need the saw here or the torch? I feel like this is the torch. This is the torch. It feels weird to be cutting this lengthwise. Also, you should definitely operate a blowtorch cutting steel barehanded. That's definitely the correct answer. And I believe later on we'll get it where I can pick up stuff in an area as opposed to one by one. That's a tool upgrade, apparently. Alright. Claim a contract at my computer. 1 second. Apparently I can claim a contract at my computer. Let's go do that real fast. Not OSHA approved. No. Very, very clearly this is depicting a not particularly well-off area. So there's my computer, I believe, is over here. Ah, that's a bed icon on the computer screen. So let's just check. So, contracts. Yay! We got $10! Big old buckaroos. Well worth it. All right. Possibly you're not sure about that? That it's depicted as being from a place not doing too well? Or that it's not OSHA compliant? Or that we haven't or have learned to do things better? There's cases where there's just some jobs that there isn't inherent amount of risk, that there's only so much you can do to mitigate it. You wish you had $10 right now? Yeah. Earlier today, and I've been bad and I haven't quite finished my food, and that's on me. It was definitely one of those days where... Alright, just get out of my way. That's fine, whatever. I remember this could get real spicy with stuff collapsing everywhere on you. I also love the sound balancing in the game. No, that $10 is a reasonable wage. I mean, realistically, what our character has been doing, if they were doing this by themselves, we'd probably be a good 4 or 5 hours into this. Because it took all the time to clear up all of like the clutter and load it into the truck. You know, each one of these boxes, loading it up and getting loaded up would take at least, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes, depending on, like, the size or whatever. Because these are, the boxes we're loading up are 133-ish pounds. So, you know, that's not your just running back and forth at speed. And then, where we just cut through that pillar in a couple of seconds, in real life you're going to be, you know, chopping away at that for a little while. It doesn't cut like butter. Not a little hand butane torch trying to move that. Okay. I can't remember if the progression mechanic is strictly level or strictly upgrading equipment. Oh, I missed one. Alright. Yeah, so I've got a rivet there I need to get out of here. Okay. So I need to deal with you. Yeah, like to do this, I'd have to drag at least a ladder over here to be able to reach up that high. There we go. Well, I guess that the collapsing on me damage isn't a thing. That's the reason we took all the rivets out at the beginning, was so I could do this. Because it's satisfying to just get that critical piece of structure broken, and then just watch the whole thing come collapsing down. Oh, I can hold? Okay, I can just click. When I have other tools out, I have to use E. Alright. You love the pitch 130-pound box, 100 yards mechanic? It really saves time? Oh, yeah. And all of this no gloves, and I'm just looking at these rusted pieces of metals and going, And tetanus, and tetanus, and tetanus, and tetanus. You get a little tetanus, and you get a little tetanus. Okay. That is one difference between this and Hard Space Shipbreaker. Is Hard Space Shipbreaker, you can basically move near limitless amounts of weight with enough finagling and tethers and stuff like that. It's not truly limitless. Some stuff, it just takes way too much to move it that way. But in this game, it's like, nope, 130 pounds, you're cut off. Too much. Stop it. Well, you only need a tetanus booster once every 10 years. Might as well get a start on that. Yeah. I'm pretty yeah, no, I got my tetanus booster. I was trying to remember, there's like, you know, you go to see a doctor, it's been a while, and they're like, alright, here's what we gotta catch you up on. I was trying to remember, because I know... I'm pretty sure that was like 2 years ago, maybe 3, that I got a bunch of that stuff caught up. I started to catch up on some of the vaccines that people my age just didn't have available when we were in school. Do what you can to start limiting some of these awful things getting around. Whenever you're boosted, tetanus is scary? Yeah. It's usually a pretty easy thing to go, because, like, most of the time if you go to your doctor, like, we don't have a record of it, they'll just... It's just one shot, and it's not even that bad of one. Not like some of the old ones were. Some of the old vaccines, like the polio vaccine back in the day, we have little to complain about with the needles nowadays compared to the stuff that they had to go through. Some of those, there's a reason why for those who don't know about the polio vaccine, you'll notice, like, you know, people in their like mid 50s on, a lot of them, they'll have like a little scar right there in their arm. And that was the polio vaccine. But I mean, we basically all but eradicated that disease. It's just not a thing you hear about anymore at all. That's because that was taken real seriously. Yeah, and every once in a while you'll have a little polio will pop up. In a very rare case, you'll have like a couple of cases pop up, and they jump right on it to, you know, keep it from coming back. But it's not like they need to go around like revaccinate everyone. It's usually, okay, where did it happen? Go deal with the one spot. You know, get vaccines to everyone in that area. Maybe quarantine protocols if you know it's gone out enough. At least that's when you can. That's, I remember there was a report that they're basically saying, okay, you've got stuff like the flu and all that. What would it take us, like, you know, assuming there was no considerations you had to take about, like, work, money, anything else, like, literally you have every resource available. What would it take to actually eradicate the flu? And it was cartoonishly silly, because it's unfortunately one of these diseases that can go between, like, birds and other mammals and all sorts of stuff. That's like, yeah, there isn't a reality we can actually get rid of it. Not really. The extreme measures we'd have to take would be worse than anything to offer. There's definitely stuff we could do to mitigate it heavily, though. What do you give the game out of 10? That sound. It's I'm very early on in the game. We've been playing this for maybe 20 minutes. It is a janky game, like a real janky game, which is not unusual for like the simulation genre. You definitely have some real jank in the simulation genre. But I haven't gotten late game to really give you a good solid opinion. A solid bonk out of 10. So yeah, so the real answer is I can't really give you an honest answer yet. You're gonna have to wait till I played a bit more. It's fun so far, but it is also a real janky game. Okay. Half of, like, the crap I've got this, built up on looks like it might genuinely be worth more than the, materials I'm cutting apart from this. Like, the cheap press board that's laying all around all over the place here. And the pallets. I'm like, you know what? Those pallets might be worth more. I mean, in all reality, pallets that aren't rotting are actually pretty expensive. We've had that conversation before. Pallets are actually not cheap. Okay, and I'm pretty sure we can't take the outer hull apart right now. Yes, I think I got all the stuff I can cut away from this already cut away. And I believe what I do from here... There we go. I thought we had to, Is it better than the first one? I couldn't answer that for you either. I haven't played the first one. At least not that I remember. I thought I'm missing something. Yeah, so I can't cut that apart. I could have sworn you, when you're all done, you take the outer hull and you break it apart or something. Oh, you know what? Is there more... I thought there was, EDUs? EDUs what? Oh, it's detecting the ladder on their side. I could have sworn there was, a way to separate out some of this. Oh, got a little bit more debris. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly. Because I thought there was, like, anchor points you could torch through. We didn't end up using the saw at all. But I thought there was anchor points you could torch through, and then they could pick up the outer part of the hull. It doesn't matter. We paid $0 for that piece of wreck. So I'm going to consider it done. I think the UI said something about pointing the walkie-talkie... Oh, at the crane? So crane ready. At a craneable element. Yeah, and that's what I thought, is I thought the outer hull was... And I could place the mobile cargo, which is probably for really big ships. I'd put the cargo up there and then crane the mobile cargo out. That's fine. No, you're all good. That engine is such Okay. Yeah, so this is what changed is before you couldn't skip the sorting. I found the sorting mini game to be really obnoxious. It's basically you have a conveyor belt that feeds stuff, and you just toggle it back and forth between like plastic, wood, or whatever, the raw material types. And one, it takes a while, and they come so fast, then you end up missing it. Boom. So that was one change they made. Okay. So yeah, so it was equipment, metals, and non-metals, and they just basically are gonna take a, Did I not get paid for my material? Excuse me? Did I... Oh no, I get the material, and then I have to take the... Then I can go over here and sell the material. Right. That's the order of operations. I remember that now. Okay, so I could literally go up here and say, give me the money. All of the money. Sweet. Gonna go ahead and get ourselves a nice solid 105 buckaroonies. Cool. That sound balance, though. I know, right? And I think our sound effects are turned down to, like, 10%. Oh, here we go. Oh! Okay, so the truck used to be just under sound effect. Okay, that's good. I don't know why those are different sound balancing. Those used to not be under their own thing. It was just sound effects, and they were just cursed and loud. You're telling me to push tab for contracts, and tab doesn't do anything. It's fine. All right, so we did finish the contract, so that's good. All right, we already got that. So we're going to buy the Mad Sea, which is 10 bucks. All right. So this time we do have some spare money. We have $190. So let's go over to the tool workshop place and buy some blueprints for making our tools better. Oh, we apparently have levels somewhere. I'm seeing a thing on the top right that's blinking at me. I think because it's got this, it means I'm supposed to go here. All right. Yeah, so we can increase the speed and the damage. Okay, so a better hammer is 4 bucks. A crate is 4 bucks. Gloves, oh man. So we can pick up more stuff faster. We have rope blueprints, crane speed. The crane's expensive. So let's get some gloves, because that's to pick up items. The crate gives me, I assume, more capacity. I have no idea what the ropes are about, but we'll grab some of those. Grab the saw blueprints, because why not? I still have so much more money. Better hammer. Better saw. Get 2 levels of the torch. Get that. Get better gloves. Get better rope. And we stop there because we don't have the money. Hey, Radaman, how's it going? I was lurking earlier today on your stream playing some RimWorld. How's the salvaging going? It is incredibly jank. But good so far. But thank you so much for the raid and welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know, who's the passenger in my car?
How's your salvaging going?
Oh, it teleports me in there. Wait, we didn't get our... Oh, I forgot to buy the new vehicle. But thank you for the 100 biddies, and thank you so much for the raid, Random Man. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff, but welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know, Radaman, absolutely a fantastic content creator. I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Okay. So that should give me... Okay, cool, we got our new boat. Did we? It didn't take my money. I should read the prompts correctly. But yeah, so definitely check out Radamant. Absolutely fantastic creator. Plays a whole bunch of games. Will do like really wonderful like tutorials and talkthroughs and all that. Ah, I have to scrap it first. That's my problem. I'm skipping steps. Okay, so let's get the second one. All right, so we have that. So we're gonna buy our new ship, the scrap. But yeah, so definitely check them out, drop a follow, do all that good stuff. Okay, so you want me to get a bunch of plastic. Good enough for me. But, I play a variety of games here. My name is Rual Storge. And with all that, and I do apologize if I'm a little off today. I'm dealing with the COVID, which is not my favorite. But we do play a variety of games, including like RimWorld and Project Zomboid and City Builders and Settlement Builders and all that kind of stuff. So with all that, we do play a pretty wide range of games. And today we're doing some Ship Graveyard 2. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which, if you've ever played Hardspace Shipbreaker, imagine if that game really didn't have polish, and was a really janky simulator, and probably has lots of asbestos everywhere. It's pretty much what it is. Crane and walkie-talkie. Some items are too heavy to remove from the ship by yourself. Use a crane to take them straight into the sorting yard. To do this, use the walkie-talkie on the item you want to get rid of. Items sorted using the crane will give you a large amount of resources. Cool. You're selling this? I'm too early to have a final opinion on it. It's fun so far, but it is a janky game. It is a weird game. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, sometimes those like really, really kind of cursed simulator games out there where nothing works quite the way you expect it can actually be a lot of fun. Like Gas Station Simulator is an incredibly janky game. It is a very fun game though. So right now I'm just picking up all like the random stuff and then knocking stuff out of the way. We do have a fairly limited carrying capacity. You're watching for 30 seconds? And it looks like Raft or something. I can see the similarities. All right. So there's definitely more ship back there. So I'm just trying to collect the random rubbish here first. And then I'm going to go around and worry about like starting to hack everything apart. But yeah, so we are ship breakers, and we break ships and all that. What do you do with the resources? So once I got all the resources, I can use those to upgrade my tools, as well as I can sell them for money. But generally the flow is you tear apart the ship, and then you go to the sorting center to sort out the stuff between like plastic and whatever else you've got. And then from there, you can then choose to spend, to sell the materials or use the materials to work on stuff you've got blueprints for. And we just keep working on all that. All right. You think it's a hand grabbing animation? I could see that. Yeah, that is very Raft-like. Okay, and then we can go up top here. And I do know there are hazards in the game, though we haven't run into any of them. Like, I know you can get electrocuted and stuff like that. Okay, those will need to be chopped off. So you can grab the last of this stuff. Okay, so it looks like, I'm not sure what tool I need to use to chop this. I'm gonna guess the saw. So I could detach these. And then I believe we'll need to crane. This looks like it might be some kind of winch or something. We'll need to crane this out of here. But yeah, so it's like Spaceship Breaker in that you take apart the ships to get more things, and you use that money to get better tools, and then you use those tools to break stuff apart better. Now in Shipbreaker, then you go and You take control of the means of production, versus this one doesn't have that. Or I can just pick those up. Alright, and it is time to start smacking things. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any tool upgrades yet. I spent all my money getting the blueprints for the upgrades, and then the hope would be that after I get some progress in here, I'll be able to sort it and make some better tools. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But it is a thing that you can go and like systematically take it apart section by section if you'd like. You can also go through and break all of the rivets and supports and all that, and then go to one end of the ship and just give it a poke and watch half the ship fall apart, and then proceed to spend the next half hour cleaning up all the pieces you've scattered everywhere. But that's fine. We definitely need to get some tool upgrades. Because the tool upgrades will make it so you can do stuff faster, do more damage and all that. For the record, I played this game once really long ago, like, I want to say it was almost 2 years ago, but I don't know that for sure. When it was like a super duper early version. And they're still actively updating the game. Like, I noticed on the game's store page that they have released some fairly recent updates and all, and they added multiplayer and all that recently too. Which I've learned from my experience with really janky simulation games. Really janky simulation games with multiplayer are their own special type of game. Usually the desync and all that gets pretty wild in a lot of them. We need Thor's hammer. We need something. Yeah, so I'm just banging out the rivets now. And then what I'll end up being able to do is I'll be able to knock apart a bunch of these floor panels and all that. Alright, I'm noticing I've got two cut points we can deal with here. And I don't always blowtorch things, but when I do, I definitely do them without gloves. Because it's certainly not a safety concern. This game oddly looks relaxing and satisfying. Oh yeah, there's lots of games that fit this style where it's just, you're presented with a major project, and you just kind of work at it. So like Hard Space Shipbreaker fits that really well, where you just get a giant ship and then you spend the next half hour, whatever, slowly disassembling it. You've got Power Wash Simulator where you show up and, you know, everything looks absolutely disgusting and you just have the cathartic of slowly working your way around and little by little cleaning it all up and all that stuff. There's been other games we played recently that have like the major projects that you take on. Construction Simulator does the same thing. I haven't played that one enough, but Construction Simulator is another one of those ones where it's like, yeah, you're gonna build a space center. Okay, start digging a hole. And little by little, you go through the stages of, you know, digging the hole, setting a or like putting the rebar down where the foundation's gonna go, pouring the concrete, you know, driving pylons into stuff. And so you remember a while back you had all these rivets individually, even if they were grouped. You glad that changed? I thought it was you did them in groups of like 4. Like wherever it was like on the joint. I do believe we'll get where instead of taking 4 hits per segment, I believe it will get to just down to probably like 1 or 2 hits per segment. We'll swing the hammer like 3 times as fast or whatever. Don't know, I've never done late game in this. Because understandably, there's not a large number of people searching for Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. But I do enjoy a good game where they present you a progress and you've got, you know, gradual progression. Oh, crime scene cleaner. That's the other one we did very, very recently. That was the same style of thing where, you know, you're presented with a crime scene that is full of evidence and bodies and blood and everything, and you have to go through and tidy up afterwards. And for the record, crime scene cleaner, you're not with the authorities cleaning up after they've done their investigation. You're preceding the authorities. For certainly legal reasons that are definitely not legal at all. Yeah, I definitely like standing on something as it makes a deep resonating chunk of metal settling. Maybe the electrocution in this game and all that, maybe that doesn't hurt you. Maybe it damages your salvage. Because so far I've not done anything that's actually caused my character to give me an indicator that they're getting injured. But there are hazards, and I haven't seen what the outcome of those are. Because we just started, so everything's fairly straightforward at this point. Alright. You should definitely always stand directly on top of whatever it is you're actively disassembling. It will never end poorly. You certainly don't have to worry about having it cave in underneath you and then, you know, scraping yourself all up on literal rusted metal. Oh, wait. I had to break the weld. Okay. So you saw this YouTube video already? There's always one column that stays standing, so you'll be safe. Yep, and systematically all that came apart. That one had a hole in it. Oh, non-locked? Alright. Well, before I worry about that, let's go down here and start banging out more rivets. Because it is a thing, if you take the time to break a lot of the rivets, you can actually get around a lot of the processes. Because anytime something becomes unsupported, a lot of times it'll just fall apart as it drops. So there is ways to like speed up the disassembly by just taking apart everything you can on the bottom part, and then just seeing what holds together when you knock it apart. I'm just going to focus right now on breaking all the rivets I can. And then once we get the rivets out of the way, we'll see what structure holds together. There'll be some, because there'll be those weld points I'll still have to cut apart. There'll be a couple things I need to saw apart and all that. Okay. So I did get the recipes up to, I think, like tier 3 hammer and all that. I just need to make it with the materials. It probably is one of those things that when we finish this one, instead of using a lot of the money to get the next, well, actually, we'll probably get the next bigger boat and then immediately turn around and any materials I have to spare, we'll upgrade as much as we can. All right. Yeah. So it's one of those things I think I'd go back and forth on which way I'd want to approach the disassembly of things. Whether I'd want to, you know, go room by room and then just like take apart one section at a time, or if I'd want to do the way I'm doing it right now, which is systematically going through and taking apart everything I can at once. You know, just using what tools I can to knock apart as much as I can in a go. Because there's definitely going to be pros and cons with both strategies. Alright. But yeah, so it's an interesting thing, like, in real life, shipbreaking is an incredibly dangerous job. Very, very, very prone to accidents and injuries and that kind of stuff. It's just the nature of the beast. You're taking something apart that was really not designed with the intent of being taken apart, and usually after it's been kind of beaten the crap out of, worn out, these kind of things where stuff has got stresses that, you know, may not have been attended at the beginning from various damage that the boat's taken over the years. There's tons and tons and tons of materials inside that, you know, they're safe when you're installing them as long as you're careful, but now that, again, everything's shifted and been damaged and all that, now they're far less safe, and just dealing with all of the safety hazards you gotta go into it with. Because you're talking, like, one of these sheet metal pieces is plenty enough to get yourself really hurt on. So it is kind of one of those things that it is just a dangerous thing. There's certain jobs out there that, by their nature, there's only so safe they can make them. And I'm not saying shipbreaking doesn't have a lot of work they could do to improve it, but it'll still be at least a somewhat dangerous job. Because, like, while the title I'm memeing about asbestos, it's just one of those materials that a lot of times you'll work on something, they won't realize asbestos is even present until they start getting into it, and then immediately you'll have the entire job will grind to a halt when someone finds some. And then you go into the whole thing where they tent it off, they put up the vacuum systems to make sure to grab any and all of the particulate as you're disassembling stuff. You get stuck wearing the bunny suits and all that, which of course add their own risk because now you're working with tools with all of this extra stuff on. It's just deemed that, you know, the risk of exposure is more than the risk of, you know, mistakes because of the equipment, which I think is reasonable and fair. But it is just one of those things. You find asbestos that's like, oh no, this just became a major project. Okay. We got some major reach with this hammer, by the way. In case you didn't notice. Okay. And I don't think this game goes as far as, like, having anything that's, like, a proper puzzle. So, like, if you ever played Hard Space Shipbreaker, usually there's some stuff that you have to do, like, a little figuring out, but it never gets to the quite to a stage where you're like, oh, you know, like, there is one solution to this problem. Usually it's, oh, I have this thing, it's dangerous because of this other thing next to it. What can I do to get this dangerous thing kind of diffused first? Or I can either take this apart with precision so I'm not banging stuff around past each other. On the other end, what I could also do instead is I could approach this where I just do this cut in the middle, which makes it start going critical, and then use tethers to just yank the thing in half real fast. And, you know, be efficient about it. And those are all decisions you as a player can make, and they work. And then you misread thing, and you cut a fuel line, and you explode everything in your face. Alright, we're getting close to having everything tapped apart. That's your favorite thing about hard space? The fact that you can tackle the same problem in a whole bunch of different ways, or like the using of tethers. Because I know the tethers can be a lot of fun, of just putting tethers on something, yanking in both halves, and then cutting the middle support out. And then just watching the whole thing split down the middle. Deciding how to approach each thing? Oh yeah, because sometimes you'll have like, okay, the airlock's non-functional, and this is pressurized. What is the best way for me to approach dealing with this? Because explosive decompression is a thing, and it's scary. Okay, so we've got all that cut apart. And we're almost got everything taken apart here where we can go and hit the right mouse button and watch the thing disassemble. Okay. I am hoping that, like, the next level will knock these down to 2 hits. So we see a bunch of progress on the tools pretty quick. Especially these projects start getting bigger. Because, like, the bigger the project is, the more we're going to care about, like, okay, what can I do to make this faster? Okay, and I believe this one we actually have more stuff to do with the crane, because the first one I really didn't have much I could take apart with the crane. Okay. I think you just have this front room to knock the rivets out of. And they'll be right-click, you know, ship disassembly time. The floor will still have pieces that are together, but that is what it is. I gotta get the metal plating out of the way before I can get to that. Alright. And we do have a thing where we're supposed to find a toilet and a certain amount of plastic for a contract. I don't even saw the ribbon in the last access way. If I missed a ribbon, it's not the end of the world. I did see that there was some down below. If I miss some, it should be okay. I'll end up disassembling the whole thing. We'll have like one wall that holds up, and then I'll knock it apart in a moment. Because this is one of those ones that I have to be flawless, luckily. Like, there's no rating. You've used too many hammer swings. You could have done this more efficiently. So you're saying there's one more I missed in the hallway? Yeah, so these ones are behind that. That'll I'll be able to get into in a minute. And then you can see that there's the one under the floor that are hard to reach. That's fine. We'll clean up whatever we got to clean up when we get to the other side. Might have just been a sliver of daylight. Yeah. Like I said, the game's a little janky, so there's gonna be a lot of weird stuff that you'll get, like strange artifacting and all that. Alright. So that'll be another room knocked out. Start working on this one. Yeah, and after this one, I should be able to do some pretty big tool upgrades. Considering I think there's something like 10 tiers of tool upgrades. And we're right at the beginning, so I have literally the worst tools I can have. Yeah, so it looks like there's weld points inside inside those mesh walls we'll have to deal with. This game is especially janky considering you toss 1-ton boxes like they're cotton candy. Well, right now we can only toss 133 pounds like it's cotton candy. So at least a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things, the guy just like hooking 133 pounds over their head and you're like, uh-huh, that's something you're doing with 133 pounds of like, you know, loosely boxed steel pieces. You know, not like your cardboard box just disintegrating on itself trying to deal with it. Alright. Then heck, you know people that weigh less than that? Uh-huh. It's just, it's game mechanics. If you had to carry a reasonable amount, like 50, 60 pounds or whatever. Have you done the disassembly minigame? Disassembly minigame. I don't remember. I do remember there was the mini game about sorting your salvage, and I remember I didn't enjoy that one. Like, it was like, okay, that's fine. But after I did it the first time... Oh, the sorting one? Yeah, that one's fine. I don't really enjoy it that much, so I'm really happy they did add a mechanic where you could just straight up skip it. You know, and then you just take a penalty when you do it. I'll take that penalty every single time. Because that was one of the things I distinctly remember when I played, like, the really early version, was doing that mini game going, this is terrible. Like, it was a fine mini game, but it was just so chaotic of just, like, swinging the different things back and forth. What's the difference between hitting and bonking? So, hitting is just knocking the rivets out of the way, versus the bonking actually causes it to fall apart. So the hitting is strictly for the rivets, versus the other ones for like actual making the panels fall out of the wall. It's a sad day for Star Wars. Don't break my heart, Darth. I've missed whatever the news is. I'm assuming someone passed away. Just from context. Because that's always a bummer when that, you know, when someone who was immortal, I think. James Earl Jones? Yeah. I was trying to think of who I would guess it was, and yeah, that's a big sad. It's not super surprising considering the ages of a lot of the people now. Considering the first Star Wars were recorded in '77, it's not surprising, that news, but it's still a big old bummer. Yeah, 93. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was like, don't be Mark Hamill. Like, don't get me wrong, Mark Hamill is up there in enough years. If we did get that news, it wouldn't be shocking, but it would be earlier than you would expect. Versus like James Earl Jones, it's like, yeah, no, he's up there. Getting older sucks. Just gonna say it, getting older sucks. I don't even know if I need to actually cut that, but I'm going to. Because I don't see it connecting to anything. I think literally I'm just gonna cut this chunk off, and it'll just be the other half of this. What are you, why aren't you cutting that? Yep, definitely cut that whole thing. Manark says, yeah, you're often realizing now you're 50 that 60% of the way people are aging. Yeah. As you get older and you start looking at the proverbial clock and realizing, you know, that is, I mean, that's what leads people to midlife crises. Is, you know, you hit some point in your life and you go, I wanted to do more, and then you panic and all that. And then you buy, you know, some sports car and dye your hair some weird color and blow all your money on some ridiculous vacation or whatever. And hopefully don't wipe yourself out in the meantime. Alright, so I've knocked about all the rivets I can, so now if I go up and I poke the wall, we get to see the places I missed. Because that is fairly satisfying watching that. Alright, so I missed something about halfway through the building. Alright. So now we start getting all of our materials out of here. And I look forward to being able to carry more, because this is pretty rough. Okay. You had a guy you knew back in high school pass away at not quite 40, you're not ready for that to be regular stuff? Yeah, I know that feeling. That was on me. There we go. Yeah, no, it's not fun. I haven't hit that point where, like, you know, I'm reading about people I went to high school with on a regular basis. Not that it doesn't happen at all, but it's always difficult. Just kind of makes you face your own mortality. Anyways, we can probably move on for that. It's a good topic to get into from time to time and be like, you know, it's kind of humbling that you think about stuff you do. How heavy are you that I can't pick you up with that much weight left over? Oh, you're 44 pounds. Okay, that's legit heavy. It's kind of one of those things. It's good to be aware, just because there's lots of things that, you know, when you think about that stuff, you can be a little bit better about going, hey, I should, you know, these are things I should take more seriously. Hey, I should have plans for, you know, eventualities, yada, yada, yada. Like, especially, you know, I'm hitting, like, I'm not super young anymore either. So it's good to have paperwork in case something happens. And those can be your friendly reminder nudges, being like, hey, don't leave it on the ones left behind to deal with this. Anyways, for brighter topics like the appalling working conditions of being a shipbreaker, where the last ship we took apart, we made about $150 or something like that for what was, you know, a number of days work in real life. Well, I mean, honestly, in real life, it would have probably been like weeks worth of work of hacking apart this thing and selling all the stuff for scrap. Definitely being paid well. Considering that's our revenue, not our profit. We do have to buy the ships that we scrap. So we buy the ship, we get it towed here, and then we make like, you know, 100-something bucks off of it by exposing ourselves to God knows what. Jay says, is this like Hardspace Shipbreaker, where you make money more off the special things you might need, but pennies off the raw materials? No, I think your primary income is the raw materials. There's not, at least as far as I'm aware, there's not really an overarching story in this game. We get these ships cheaply. To be fair, we do get these ships cheaply. The fact that I think this ship cost us, was it like $20? But yeah, so you saw where you could have taken this apart where I did like a little bit of each step at a time and kind of bounce back and forth. We did just go all in all at once of one step and just disassemble the whole thing. And it looks like I'm probably just missing the rivets that were behind that cage over there. And now is enough to keep that wall from falling apart. But real fast, I'm just trying to clean all of this up. I'm honestly surprised our truck isn't full. Like, I know there's a capacity limit on the truck. But so far, we fit the better part of an entire ship in there. Let's see, you have mixed feelings about the story in Hardspace. You like it was cool, but the way it presented was kind of interrupty and didn't fit into the game. I don't know, I always really liked the story of Hardspace Shipbreaker. Like, I understand people who are not in favor of unionization and yada yada, that it is a story that can kind of go against those views, which, I mean, whatever. It is what it is. It's literally based around, like, I mean, it's based around both the ship breaking, which that was a real problem, as well as the issue of the company town situation where you get indebted, like horribly indebted to your employer, and then they treat you like garbage because you literally couldn't get away. And so I do actually like the story because that is something that you gloss over here. I mean, I don't know about nowadays, but when I went to school, they did vaguely gloss over that, you know, there were the company towns and all that back in like the old gold mining days here in the US, and a lot of the train stuff, you know, kind of got into that same realm of things. But it doesn't really get that much attention as far as the history goes in like formal education here that much. At least, like I said, back when I was in school, that could have very easily changed. But it's kind of nice to try and create a situation where you can kind of see the situation that's going on there. JD said, they made a song about it too. 16 tons and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Yep. Yeah, for those who are not familiar, and it wasn't strictly a US thing, it happened in other places. But in the US, we had what we refer to as the old company towns. They're illegal nowadays, but around the time of the gold rush here and everything, and before that, like with railways, you know, picking up and all that. Yeah, these old towns that would end up happening is it would just be some nothing mine on the end of a railroad track or whatever. And you were in a situation where work was really difficult to find. It was like a very difficult economic time. And you'd have these people say, hey, we can set you up. You'll have a house. You'll have access to food and all that. You just got to come work at the mine. And you'll be like, yeah, sure. Like that, you know, I'll sign up to that. Like my prospects here are nil. So this at least gives me something. And then they get out there. And what would happen is they go, okay, well, you have to still pay to live here. So you've got, you know, like your room and board costs. The only store in the entire town is the company store. And, like, you can only take the railway back and forth, which, you know, it ends up being extremely costly and you don't have the money. So you effectively find yourself stranded in this place. And then the worst part is as you get paid, they don't pay you in just normal, like, cash. They pay you in what's called scrit, which is basically an IOU. And you can use scrit at, like, the company store and all that. And the company store will also let you borrow, you know, against your debt, like, basically get more debt. And so you get into a situation where you're horrifically indebted to the company, and you can't even leave. Because it's not like you can just walk to the next town over, or whatever. You're literally in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And it was a real bad problem. And it led to a whole things, but it is one of the things that led to, you know, a much heavier adoption of unionization within the US was because of these company towns. It wasn't the only reason, and there's a lot more to it that I'm glossing over, where some of these, like, coal mines literally had armed uprisings against their employers and all that, and is a whole big thing. Enix says, you really like that the story from Hardspace Shipbreaker struggles on the workers under the system designed to exploit them. Yep, exactly. Alright, so let's go over to this one. And see what does ultimately hold together so I know what I need to be breaking apart. But, so I do like the story. And I've come to accept that people who get really upset about those kind of stories, because that's not the only game that does the company town thing. It's honestly in sci-fi, it's beginning to become a little bit of an overused trope. Because, like, it matches the feeling of that time where you're exploring a new frontier, people can, you know, get really isolated, and it allows for pretty horrific exploitation and all that. So, like, there's all that side of things. And I think there's value in facing the things that have gone wrong. Yeah, so it looks like I've got some type of support beams here that are holding up this upper half that I'm going to have to cut away. They look like grinder points. Okay, and this is going to be something I need to pick up with a crane. Alright. I look forward to having my upgrade where I can carry way more. Yeah, so as you can see, I've got... It's basically to keep this in here so that I have to use... Because that's something I have to use the crane, so I have to free it from the rest of the structure before we can go. Alright, so let's go here. I've got a... It's not... No, I don't... I don't want to plant the explosives, please. Let's cut this spot apart. And break these last couple rivets. Now we can get in here. Okay. And I've fallen behind on the conversation. But yeah, it's just one of those things that there's definitely a balance to be had when it comes to a lot of stuff about, you know, workers' rights and all that. To make sure that people are protected. Because it is easy to, you know, take people in desperate situations and take advantage. And so we do have plenty of times in history that we can point back to and be like, this is an example. Okay. Alright, Hector, you have a good one. In one moment. Sorry about that. As I mentioned earlier, I'm still unfortunately dealing with COVID. So that is the immediate fun going on there. Hopefully I'm on the tail end of this thing. Yeah, for me, fortunately, it's almost been exclusively just feeling tired. Which, all things considered, that's not too bad, but it still sucks. I'm hoping I'm on the tail end of this thing. But it was a real bummer because I had to just literally today, had to reschedule my flights going out to TwitchCon because I was supposed to visit family beforehand, and unfortunately my sister-in-law is immunocompromised, and it was just like, yeah, can't do it. So, I'm still going to TwitchCon, but I had to cancel all the earlier plans. Which is a bummer, because I haven't seen him in a long time because, again, sister's immunocompromised, so we have to be very careful. Because we're not talking, like, even just a little bit. Like, if she gets a cold, that can be it. So we do what we can. All right. Okay, so I think I need to grind these next. And that should let me take apart this cage. Oh, there's that over top of it. We'll have to see what I have to do to get in there. I just need to work my way to being able to crane out this large pallet of stuff. And honestly, we're just down to basically breaking up the floor and then craning stuff away after that for the most part. Can I reach you from this side? Okay, so that looks like I have to... Okay, yeah, so that beam looks like I have to take it apart with crane. Okay, in the meantime, we can pick that. Okay. Yeah, it's still saying I need to do something to take apart that area. That might be it. I wonder if that's considered clear enough I can pull it out. Okay, so I'll get that out of the way. Alright. So now that pallet's gone, so I can go here, and these are covered up by it. I don't really know where those came from, but that's fine. Alright, so clearly I'm gonna have to go and get the saw and start hacking up the floor. I'd like to clean up most of the other stuff off the top first. Okay. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, is like, was that... I'm guessing it was stuff that was sitting on the pallet, and then when it left the play area or whatever, the stuff just fell. That's my guess of what that was all about. Yeah, we don't need to argue about what is and isn't late-stage capitalism. Like, there's definitely been different points in time that money has been so heavily concentrated that it allowed for particularly awful exploitation. Okay. I mean, I'd argue it's just different means of exploitation early on. We don't need to dig into that, because that gets into literal slavery and indentured servitude and all that. Which gets to be a little bit of a hot topic. Understandably so. And that's why we have labor laws. And we could certainly use more of them here in the US. That's you're the first one here, and that's first for you? That's good. I mean, very genuinely, I don't have a very high YouTube viewership. Most of my viewers are over here on Twitch. We usually round somewhere in the ballpark of like 100-ish average viewers a night. Give or take a little bit. Takes a little while to like warm up and all that good stuff. Also depends like what I'm playing, what's going on a given night. You know, like if the Super Bowl's going on, you know, some number of people be watching that instead. I honestly imagine, at least within my US viewers... No, well, I wonder if the debate's gonna impact anything. Because I could see people watching that and then wanting to see different places' takes on it and all that. It is what it is. Those are things outside my control, so I try not to sweat it. Okay. I do hope as we upgrade the hand, it'll grab like area of effect kind of thing. You don't have Twitch? That's no problem. I'm not saying anyone needs to be on any platform. That was mostly a comment where it's like, oh, I'm the first one here. It's like, yeah, you know, there's people watching on multiple platforms though. I used to also stream on TikTok as well, but I've lately just gotten frustrated with all like the ridiculous nonsense hoops I gotta jump through every single time I go to set up a stream there that I can't be bothered. Because there's a thing now where while streaming on TikTok, it's like seriously every hour, it makes you answer a CAPTCHA, and that becomes really disruptive to the stream to be like, hang on, I need to stop playing the game for a moment to go and spin these 2 wheels to make the image line up. Just hang on, chat. All of you just sit here and wait. You don't get to watch while I go and do this. So I've just gotten to the point where it's like, you know what? Never mind. Which is a bummer. I did get a little bit of revenue from that, and we have definitely gotten a bunch of viewers over here on Twitch from that, but there's a certain point where it's like, no, you're too disruptive to keep around. There's a big wave of YouTube bots again? That's not surprising. Yeah, no, I got you that it's a thing that as a content creator you have to juggle. Very genuinely, you need to try and always be trying to get new viewers, whether it's changing categories, messing with multiple, genres, or getting yourself out of multiple platforms. Like, it's just one of those things that no matter what you do, there is some amount of churn that happens on your channel. Like, if you keep playing the same game, some number of people get bored of that game and they'll go. If you switch games, some number of people won't be into the new game and they'll leave. So it is just one of those things. If you're not focused on trying to grow, the reality is your channel will shrink. And when you're paying your bills with that, it's a scary idea. Like, if you're a restaurant and every N amount of time some percentage of your customers stop showing up and you're not finding new ones, there's eventually a time where you close your doors because you can't afford to keep them open anymore. So you gotta always be mindset on, okay, I need to find more people, that kind of thing. And there's also a balance to be had with that too, of course. Like, you also don't want to ostracize your existing audience, chasing the next audience kind of thing. Because there's definitely the balance to be had there. So it's when you choose your content, like, okay, is the content I'm looking at doing in line with what I'm already doing? Do I think my existing viewership is going to be interested in it? Does whatever I'm considering, like, does that negatively impact my existing audience? Because usually there's very little out there that is worth giving up your existing audience for. Like, sometimes you have to take risks. Like, you'll have people who've been like one game streamers for years and years and years, and they're just so over the game that they are known for that they just need anything that isn't the game they've been playing for the last couple years. Oh, that did fall apart. I wasn't expecting it to actually go through. The Twitch needs a way for viewers to do something like sharing a video on YouTube. So I think that's kind of where Stories is trying to go, but Twitch has had a weird thing lately where, so Twitch does, and for that matter, YouTube as well, does have a genuine problem that, generally speaking, our audience is aging. It's not that we don't get new young people in here, it's just by and large, they've failed to attract that younger audience. And so while definitely you'd go, oh, well, but I like things the way they are, but the problem is, unless that changes at some point, eventually you'll have insufficient viewers to sustain the platform. And that's already with Twitch struggling to be profitable as is. So they do need to attract younger audience. Something, or not necessarily younger audience. That's just what they're choosing to go after. They do need to continue to grow the platform. Otherwise, we're on borrowed time. And so it is one of those things that they're trying to pursue things they think will draw them in. And I personally feel it is a mistake for them to just go, what is TikTok doing? Let's do that. What is YouTube doing? Let's do that. Like, there's definitely one you should learn from your competitors and certainly emulate things that work. That makes sense. But at the same time, there's definitely been lately plays that they've made at the cost of their existing viewership trying to do that. The mobile app being the kind of extreme example that the mobile app is very, very TikTok now. And unfortunately, as a result, that's pretty heavily upset a lot of people who just really don't like the new app. I also don't necessarily think it is wrong that Twitch has already made that move and saying, hey, well, we're not going back, as much as I personally don't like the new app. They've kind of already hurt that goodwill. I think it's more important that they iterate and try and make it better for everyone. But yeah. For moderators not receiving their fish heads, they have earned through hard work, consisting of power trips and misclick bans. Hey, look, only you can misclick ban. But yeah, so it's a whole thing. And that's not even a social network thing or a content creation thing. Pretty much every business is all about continuing to attract new customers and or getting more money out of your existing customers, especially ones that are kind of falling the wayside. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, look at the number of restaurants that have gotten themselves very, very heavily aligned with one demographic or another. That now that, you know, people are getting older and all that, and they're realizing they have just not landed with younger audiences, that they're suddenly going, oh crap, how do we keep our lights on? As, you know, they just can't keep the customers in anymore. Their target demographic is, I mean, there's not a nice way to say it, they're literally dying out, because age be that way. And so now they're in panic mode going, but we need to get the younger people. But they've so heavily got their market into like just one focus, one demographic, that now they're in a panic because they don't know what to do. Like that's been the things that stuff like places like Hooters have been dealing with. I just realized it is almost 9:30, so Tomb is definitely home by now. So what I'm going to quickly do here is I'm going to quickly finish grinding this one spot here. And for those new to the channel, it's right around 9:15, more than 9 p.m. 9:15 EST. I take a quick like 5-ish minute break because that's around the time my wife gets home. And we quickly make some dinner happen and all that. So I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home. She's probably already cooking dinner and all that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes because they also need to run through some travel plan kind of stuff. There's a new Hooters branch that's family friendly now, right? I hadn't heard that. I'm curious of how that works with the way they've marketed themselves, but, you know, I'd like to see businesses not go out of business. Anyways, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a few. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. Please don't break that. You're a real jerk, you know that? People will hear me say clip that in the replay of the clips, and they will clip the clip because they're not paying that close attention, that they just hit clip because I say to. Take an F1 car. Yes, they look fast when you watch them on TV. Compared to watching them in person, they look slow on TV. Oh, yeah. Well, that's you look at some of those races, like, what speed is this car going? Oh, it's going around that corner about 189. You're like, it's going what now? That's obviously not doing a proper corner at 189 because you're dead. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I never tried. The way we'd find out is I just back up the van and say, okay, can you hook up? And it either won't give me the option or will. Why? 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 Game. Why? I'm gonna bust up my gas station.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them, and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction. I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Oh, none of these are great choices.
No, those are both real bad.
Okay, looks like the clip thing broke, so I do apologize about that. Hopefully it wasn't broken for too long. Oh, sorry, I should have manually triggered the ads before that happened, so I do apologize. We're gonna get hit with ads in a couple minutes. Hey, Uzi Uzborn, how's it going? And let's see. Alright, sorry, I was just dealing with something in my eyes. But yeah, the whole time, that's a bummer. So, like, I've really liked Sidekick, but that's the second or third time it's broken lately. And that's no good if I go, like, what I genuinely need to do is I genuinely need to come up with, like, 4 or 5 or 6, like, clip videos or whatever, like, trailers, whatever you want to say. That way I can play one of those or whatever. I just like the randomization of it. Oh, it got through. Okay, that's not as bad. It's still rough. Is there a way to tie it to a mod command to let it restart? I was instinctively going to say no, but I could potentially make a mod command that would effectively reload the scene. That might work. I think that actually, you know, I think I could do that. I bet you there's a way I could force refresh the, because it's just a browser source. I bet you I could make a mod command to force refresh it when it gets stuck. I'll have to look into that. I should note that down because I will not remember it. Let's see. To me, it looks like. Yeah, no, it's the same thing I've heard. Enoch saying to me, it looks like it breaks, so it's displaying newer clips. And by newer clips, you mean since Twitch upgraded the update tool. Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if something's changed with like the URL for the clip, or something with like the encoding or file format or something like that, and just Sidekick needs to be updated to accommodate it. That wouldn't surprise me at all if that's the case. Alright. So we're just breaking all of our little girders here in the floor. So I can get all that sorted out. Yeah, no one surprised me. That's always one of the dangers with third-party tools. Is it's not like Sidekick sits down with the Twitch dev team and goes, okay, alright, so you want to go ahead and update your clips? No problem, just let me know all your things you're planning, and we'll figure out all the API differences and all that, and then go through and do all that kind of stuff. They are beholden to whatever changes. It's always one of the dangers when you're in software development and you build your own tech off of someone else's tech. You're always at that potential risk that whoever's tech you built off of changes and your stuff breaks. It's honestly a place I don't like being as a software developer when I'm in that situation. Like, it's one thing when it's something you know that's not going to change at all, like basic functionality around email or something like that. But when it is dealing with a third-party API who you do not have a direct relationship with, there's a lot of risk there. I've been bitten a good number of times as a software dev because we had some dependency that either just out of nowhere shut down or out of nowhere went, okay, we're changing this API call. You've got a week to get yourself updated, or just they change the API without any warning whatsoever. And you're just like, well, I guess my stuff's broken. Pandoric says, there's a general acceptance that a company's website that provides an API should give warning about changes. Maybe even a quick update path. Yeah, or they'll do a backwards compatibility. That's not an unusual thing where you'll have, like, you know, say there's a clip API. I actually have no idea what the back end of Twitch looks like. But say there's a clip API. You'll have, like, twitch.tv/API/v1 / and then, whatever your API calls are. And then, you'd have, like, your current one does not have the V1 or whatever on it. And then when you're starting to obsolete stuff, you get where that goes. But yeah. Like, HTML has depreciated code from a decade ago that still works. Yeah, no, it is one of those things, though. I don't know how Sidekick handles it, so I, like, don't know if Sidekick is using an official Twitch API to grab the clips, or if Sidekick is just doing some grabbing of URLs, and then, like, like, if it's just, like, hitting the clips URL, and then, grabbing the element that is the clip out of that, or whatever. Like, I don't know how their backend is set up on all that. Because that's another thing you run into where people, you'll have your official API and, have a bunch of things that are not quite up to snuff on there. Oh yeah, no, and Twitch definitely has some accessibility problems on their website. Okay. So again, the girder's all chopped apart. Let me tap all this apart and see what we can grab. Supposedly my truck has 15 tons of salvage in it. I'm genuinely impressed by any truck. Any just like regular pickup truck style truck that can have a load capacity of 15 tons. Because, dear goodness, most vehicles, your shocks have completely collapsed and you've probably blown out your tires with that kind of weight on it. I wouldn't be surprised if you look at like a Ford F-150 or something like that, and its load capacity is like 1 or 2 tons at the absolute max, if you got like the heavy duty or whatever. Let's see, you see the get clips? Fatal error. And that's the entire error message, by the way. It's literally an error message. Let me just display. It's literally just fatal error. And nothing else. Alright, well now I get to see how it saves. So we'll see that. When did you save last? I have no idea how saving works in the game. I think it does autosave. I just don't know if it autosaves aggressively or it's like only when I get a new boat or something, like new shipping or whatever. Because I have to sit there and manually save like every 15-20 minutes or something like that. That is not going to be good times. All right, so we still have all of our objectives claimed, so that's good news.
Thank you JD2V0 for subscribing for 13 months. Baker's Dozen Rual, Run Rual, Chaos Rual, Wowslide Rual, Arrive Rual, Hype Rual, Fine.
And thank you JD2V0 for the Baker's Dozen worth of sub renewals. I do appreciate that. So thank you so much. You're a tier 1 sub, and that's 13 much of it sub channel. Yeah, so it looks like we didn't really lose any progress that I could see. All of this is still chopped apart. I did miss this one edge here. Thank you, wifey. I love you. I love you more. Ooh, that smells really good. It is pesto and potatoes. But yeah, the Baker's Dozen worth of tier 1 subs. Well, I mean, actually, I can't say those are all tier 1 subs. You have a tier 1 sub now, but the Baker's Dozen worth of subs. It smells like pesto and garlic. Next ad break. Some food is happening real quick. But yeah, so whatever the autosave is, it seems to be either it's frequently or we just got lucky timing-wise. Thanks for feeding the Rual so he could stream for us. I'll let her know. Sometimes you have to feed your pet Rual. Try it while it's hot. I want to say, was there a status screen that takes like a good minute for it to like go through all my resources? I might steal a couple of bites during that status screen. What I do find interesting, though, is we have sawed this apart. All of these ones that we sawed apart, they weren't left in their like static, still standing position. When we reloaded the game, because they had no structure left, they all collapsed. New segment, Rual's daily food review. That way I can go, here is a, oh, what is it? Not white box. White label. You know, here is the local grocery store's white label frozen pepperoni pizza. It's solidly mid, which for a frozen pizza, you know, is still good. It meets expectations. I mean, this smells really good. Alright, I think this might be my very last one, or close to it. Nope, I got 3 more, it looks like. And then it's just loaded up, crated off, and then we get to see all of my tool upgrades, which will hopefully make this way faster. That's one thing that's kind of saddened me is that we'll see what we actually have there. Is the House Flipper 2 wasn't a game that did better. Like, don't get wrong, it didn't feel like it did enough to kind of advance what it was. But like I really enjoyed House Flipper 1. And I was really hopeful that, you know, House Flipper 2 was going to be decent. But it kind of... like, it wasn't bad. It just kind of didn't really grab people's attention very much. House Flipper 2 release just flew under the radar. Yeah, well, I think part of the problem was, well, it did add some new stuff. When you're looking like big picture things, it didn't really do enough to really kind of stand on its own. And so I feel like in a lot of ways, it ended up not underwhelming, as in people were disappointed, upset, or whatever, you know, who was already in the series. It just didn't have enough to draw new people in. Especially now that we have, you know, every third game is a flipper. Not, I shouldn't. That's exaggerating. There is no shortage of flipper style games who, while certainly House Flipper we could say is one of the more polished of the series, or I shouldn't even say series, of that genre, there's definitely a lot doing more wild and interesting things, like going, well, what if instead of houses we like we did the one that was like sports arenas, and yeah, like on a polished level it was definitely nowhere near where House Flipper was. But it was a little bit interesting doing something that was different from homes, just doing different buildings. And I very genuinely liked, what was it, Hotel Renovator? I thought that one was really good. And again, it was like, when it came to the polish, it wasn't quite up to House Flipper levels, but that one was actually relatively close. Now, granted, it didn't have nearly as much of a breadth of content as like House Flipper did, but it was kind of cool that the Hotel Flipper, one of the things it had that House Flipper was completely lacking in, was a feeling of progression on what you're working on. Because like House Flipper, you go and you flip a house, and then you probably never go back and look at that house ever again. Versus with the hotel one, you would go and you'd buy another floor and you'd build it out, and every once in a while they'd give you a reason to come back and like deal with this or that. That I guess it's just an edge I can't do anything to. I'm a little confused by that. Is that got rivets? I mean, I guess it's just an edge I can't do anything to. Huh. I mean, this one fell apart. I'm a little curious why that one's still attached from the looks of it. That giraffe clip is the hotel renovator? Yeah. Yeah, no, the giraffe clip just always amuses me because it had this face. Oh, well, that's not what I want. It just had this face and it's just kind of like instinctively like, oh man, you could definitely make this into a creepy thing by just making it barely peek over stuff. Definitely good times. I'm getting spoiled by the fact it always lands there. It looks like there's mod support for Hotel Renovator. Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see what they've got going with it. I wonder if that will have much of a modding scene. Because while it was a really good game, it didn't seem like the kind of game that is going to get a lot of traffic, similar to like RimWorld or whatever. So I do think we'll have a fairly limited amount. Yeah, no, that's right. We checked out the modding support. That's right. And at the time, we had only seen like a handful of like, you know, different like aesthetic elements you could add, mod stuff. All right, well, looks like these need to be taken out. But yeah, at the time there was like fairly limited, like you get like a different soap dispenser and all that. They need more curse things. Oh yeah, honestly, low-key, that's not a bad growth strategy for a game. Hey, game devs, very genuinely, add modding support, and a lot of the things that, you know, the one person on your team that makes all those edgy suggestions that you look at and you go, stop it, Dave. Look, man, we're not adding that. Let them go and add a bunch of those to the mod support, and then get that information out to content creators, so that way you can get, you know, the various look at this meme nonsense we can make ones. You'll I don't understand why that's staying there. Can I crouch? There's just a handful of these that I don't seem to be able to detach. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. It just means lost, like, money I won't get. But that's the kind of stuff that could take a game and get people drawn into it. Especially when you're talking, like, in the simulation games where some of them get real janky. Some of the most cursed janky things about it are the stuff that takes a game that really should have no reason to have grabbed people's attention, and then suddenly you get a ton of people playing it. Like, look at games like My Summer Car and The Long Drive. Like, and this isn't to say they're bad games, by the way. But the fact that they're so messed up is part of what grabs people's attention so much. And I don't mean in like the haha cannibalism, but just like, you know, things in the game just don't really work the way they're meant to. The catch, though, is to do so in a way that is fun and enjoyable in a cursed way, as opposed to just infuriating. Because the line between those is not a big line. Some people absolutely love the Bethesda games because of that. Yeah. Like the haha funny, my horse is now ping-ponging on a tile type thing where it doesn't really hurt anything, it's just kind of silly, versus haha, my horse just suddenly exploded. Oh wait, now I don't have a horse and I have to walk the whole way back to town, and it does it like every time. All right. And pretty soon we'll get to see how much of a difference this makes. One thing I ought to do is, instead of parking the truck on the far end, as these are getting bigger, I should be parking it along the side, so that it's less likely I'll have stuff obstructing my my throw. They also look like eventually they're going to give me a basket for the crane that I'll be able to put down the basket, and I throw stuff to the basket, and then the crane will haul it for me, and then I can bring it back. And no fatal errors. Exactly. It's like, when you play a game like Kenshi, it has both the good and the bad jank. It's got the good jank where just things do goofy stuff, and things just, like, sometimes don't work the way they ought to. And then you have the bad jank, which is where you go, hey, I need this person to run over there. And then you're like, why haven't they arrived? And you just see them running back and forth again and again in the same spot because their pathing is just completely failed. And meanwhile, they're actively starving. And you just get frustrated because I'm like, what was I supposed to do? Don't make me babysit every character's every single movement. Like, it's fine that they got jumped and I wasn't paying attention. That's on me, the player. But the character not functioning correctly, that's not on me, the player. I will say, for what it's worth, night is very short in this game. Which I do appreciate, especially as a game that, like, night isn't meant as, like, a balancing mechanic or something like that. Like, you know, some games, night is when all the scary things come out. Having night just be this, you know, hey, it's there, but it's, like, all of 5 minutes. Because it's just to kind of give it a little bit of a world situation. So I'm not seeing any more parts floating around here. Yeah, and these ones are marked in red. And they've already cut the connection point there. They could just be I have to wait till those things are off, but we'll check the outside just in case. Yeah, there's nothing on this side. Exactly. Bodies flying away with the best loot, that's fine. My entire base getting wrecked because enemies just glitched past my gate, not great. Exactly. Cannot reach the load. It's warning me. Yeah, I think that just glitched. Because I don't see any connection points to be broken. Tapping it doesn't do anything. I don't see any welding points to cut. That's fine. We'll just take what we can. I won't sweat the rest. Oh, I see. It's upset about something up here as well. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like whatever's going on with these, I can't seem to resolve it. I think they were supposed to break free when I took the other things out, and just unfortunately, it's considering that whole thing trapped as a result of it. Which is fine. You don't have to collect every penny of it. Let's wait for the crane to get this other half. You gonna actually pick that up? Yeah, so we'll let the crane pick up that half. Feels like the hull might be a big part to not get. Yeah, but the problem is if it's bugged, it's bugged. Like I said, unfortunately, I'm not seeing any cut points or anything I can interact with. And it will physically not let me pick it up as long as those are there. It's considering it obstructed. So, we lose it to the bug. Alright, so let's go first. Yeah, it is. It is a lot, too. It's 1,700 pounds. So yeah, that is a non-insignificant amount, but like I said, there's not much I can do about it. If it's bugged, it's bugged. We can go ahead and go to our contracts. I will claim this and get my $8 and get my $10 and my $20. Oh, and an achievement. Yeah, no, it's a janky game. That's just the way these are. Yep, so that's just what it is. We'll scrap the rest of that. But now we take this to the sorting station, and I'm not bothering with the sorting minigame. I find the sorting minigame to be pretty obnoxious. I think we're flying now, making like 50 cents an hour. So boom, auto sort. Yeah, so that literally ends up being about 5% of my my material. All right, so I'm gonna steal this real quick. All right. So the implication here is it would have had to sort 128 bins had we done that. Because all the sorting minigame is there's just a conveyor belt, and then you have like these 3 bins that you toggle back and forth, so you like match the colors or whatever. And so it just takes a while. And that's just, it's a real bummer. Okay, so before I instinctively go and run over here and sell all my materials, I believe this is where I make stuff. Okay, so it's gonna cost me not a lot of materials to do this. So we upgraded our hammer twice. Our gloves. I do not have enough materials to make better gloves. I can make a better saw. We'll make the better saw. Yeah, so I need more raw materials. Would you look at that? It's an actual claw hammer. You think the minigame is fast, fine, but it gets old fast. It was dragging on again, especially when there's 30 bins to sort. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's just there's like too much of the minigame. All right. So in that case, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to take all of these materials and get her 150 bucks. Cool. So that was very economic. We spent, I think, $20 on the wreck. We got 150 bucks after we used a bunch of materials for upgrades, because that was, we did $10. We did the Mad Sea. So let's go ahead and cancel that. And let's go to our computer. And the green Rex would be the next one. So let's get this one. And then let's check for contracts. So you've got a contract for cloth, a fire extinguisher, and a first aid kit. Just a bunch of materials. It's fine. All of these end up just being materials so far. So let's see how 2 upgrades on our hammer takes us. But yeah, so as you can see, as I'm getting these, they're getting to be larger chunks of the ship. So I was going to park along the side, but this one's almost square, so I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, we got like a big boiler engine in here. Alright, so let's start this off by just cleaning up all the junk down here. Okay. See, this ship looks like one of those failed house projects from The Sims. Alright. So I've got that sorted out. Okay, we got another thing I'll have to cut away. Alright. Yeah, because I want to grab all the loose stuff first. Because that'll make it easier for me later on. And then I'm going to probably try to do with this one more than I did the last one, as we are going to focus on just disassembling the bottom of it, to just collapse everything above it. I wonder if there's any reason to not do that. Cool. Good enough. Because I figured I couldn't get the throw from up here because of the ceiling. I didn't want to run the whole way back down. Like those in a minute. That's fine. So we'll toss you in there. Toss you in there. We'd go for this one over here. Let's see. Can you carry over materials from one job to the next one for upgrades? I don't think so. I think it said that between jobs, any materials you've left on the pad or in your inventory or whatever are forfeit. I could be wrong about that. I vaguely remember reading something about that. Well, that's not exactly what I was hoping for when I climbed that ladder. Okay, so there's still a ladder on this side. Let's try and watch carefully. Okay, so it looks like we've got all that. There we go. Just random plastic bottles all the way up here for no reason at all. Here's another floor up. Let's worry about that in a minute. So we've got another thing. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet you if I knock out the floor under... Hey, wait a second. Okay, that's our first hazard.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Pirate King Redbeard.
And thank you Darth Strider for gifting, was that 5 subs a channel? Gifting 5 subs a channel. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Potatoes a Storge.
So, giving gifted subs to Pirate King Redbeard, Potatoes Are Starch, Neil TV 8, Dareva, as well as Buttercup
Thank
Bandito.
you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Neil TV 8.
So thank you so much for all that. I really do appreciate it. I always appreciate, the support does help so much make this possible. If it wasn't for, the subs, the bits, the donos.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Dareva.
I wouldn't be able to keep doing this. And I absolutely scuffed that throw.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Buttercup Bandito.
Okay, so get those down there. Yeah, so we're just running around trying to find all the things. There was another staircase up here. Yeah, so we had an electrical box. So I'm not sure if it's like, if I start hacking the thing apart and the electrical box was there, if it destroys some of the stuff I could salvage. That's what I'm guessing, because we've seen nothing else cause me damage. So I'm guessing where people asked, could you get hurt? The answer, I said yes at the time, because I did notice that they mentioned electrical hazards and all that. Congratulations, you found the T-Rex! Bananas can turn a boat's luck around, especially when it comes to fishing boats. Since it's believed that if there are bananas on boards, the fish will not take, and the boat will get mechanical failures. Immediately after finding and discarding bananas hidden somewhere on the deck, the wrong card may turn. What? Okay. That's not really what I wanted to do. Okay, now I have to clean up the boxes I messed with. Well, if there was fall damage, that would have been it. Did T-Rex eat bananas or something? Or was it a, was it mislinked? I'm curious if maybe the T-Rex's name is Bananas? Oh, whatever. Okay, so what I'm assuming I need to do here... There's that other box that we missed our throw on. Is I'm assuming I want to get up to where we have this, basically I want to get to the valuable cargo that's up top. And we want to take our time to... Oh wait, it was on the other side, wasn't it? So like these things that we have to remove stuff to pull them out, I assume I want to prioritize those because I'm guessing they can get damaged. So it's going to be figure out what... Yeah, because there's one over here. So apparently I could just have them take that one out directly. I don't even need to do another part. That's all I'm looking for right now, is any of those kind of things. And then what I'd have to hack apart. Okay. So I've got you taken care of. We got more junk in here. It's a bad, like, banana... It's like, that is legit a thing. You don't bring bananas in a boat. It is serious. I've never heard that before. Now, don't get me wrong, like, there's a lot of random superstitions that go with a lot of those things. Okay. So, for this engine to be removed, I gotta remove that. That's weird. They've got to... Oh, it's telling me there's a box up there I dropped. Alright, so I need to go to that platform up there and disassemble that. Because my guess is not that stuff falling on it's a problem. My guess is more that it is, if it is sitting on ground, the ground underneath it goes down. That's the problem. Okay. So I can quickly knock out this half, and then I gotta find my way to the other half. Alright. So I've got that section shredded. Then I need to go up another floor. This seems moderately dangerous. Yeah, it's probably okay. I think this is the other half of the area. Yeah, that's it. Alright, that's fine. Oh, this is still covering over it. It's fine. We'll clean up the mess we've got sitting on top of it. And it'll remove all of this. I expect this to fall apart in a very satisfying way later. Okay. Oh, it's fine. We're totally not extreme danger. Not all. It's fine. What's a little concussion between friends? I do find it interesting. I could effectively bypass sawing these apart by just removing all the rivets nearby, because then when I tap that out, it knocks those apart as well. All right. Let's clean this up real quick so we don't take any other parts with it. Okay. And then we just gotta detach it from the ground here, and I should be able to, in theory, pick it up. Banana spiders will never, would never be pirates. Spiders are pros. Imagine rotting bananas in the cargo. That's probably the real reason you don't bring them with you, is they're just too short, like they're too short lifespan. Okay. So it's telling me I've got those two things in the way. Okay, can't get to it on this side. Let's see if I can get to it on the other side. Alright. We can grab all these. Okay. Have we established Lustania yet? I have no idea what that is. I assume a boat. Let's see, rotting bananas emit lots of methane, which is probably isn't great. Especially when your T-Rex captain has a classic pipe thing going on. There we go. Okay, so I'm trying to clean this up as best we can. Alright, so that's the last spot there is on the next floor up. I need to remove that segment of wall up there. And then that should free up the crane to grab that. So it's that segment of wall right there.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. So with that, in theory, we've got that now being picked up. And there's another thing, there was like another one of those around here somewhere. I'm just trying to get all the loose junk off the ground here real fast. Let's clean up you. Okay, so it's out of here. Was there not another one? Yeah, there's one more over here. This one should be relatively easy. It looks like it just has this one spot over top of it. Now, once I do that, I can just start disassembling the floor. Okay. And I think that'll give me enough clearance that I can get the next crane to pick that up. What is the thing you're oh, I haven't detached it. That's the problem. Steam started promoting Farm Sim 25 already? Yep, it doesn't drop till November, sadly. Fatal error! Okay. Let's try this again. So, the game has a couple of issues. It does seem to not be the biggest fan of when you're grinding stuff. Because the last time we crashed, it was also when we were grinding stuff. Yeah, exactly. You're wondering about this game? Thanks for showing it. It's been fun so far. It's a little janky. It does have some bugs. That's the second time we've crashed. Was grinding removing a support or something? Yeah, but that's what grinding is. So it is what it is. Like I do need to use the grinder to grind. Because what we were removing was there was like a steam engine or something over here. That thing. And it was grinding the support that anchors it to the ground. That said, it does seem to save very regularly, because if you look, it already has the other thing has been removed. Alright, I think that's the last valuable thing. Are there dangers like Shipbreaker? Yeah, I haven't determined if you can get hurt, though. It might be that the danger is lost salvage. Because we had an electrical thing up top. It could also be that maybe it's a straight up fatal that if you just fail a danger, your character dies and there's some penalty or something. Was the green box? It is one of the boxes full of scrap that I went to throw earlier, and it hit a roof or something like that. Let's knock out all the rivets. I'm gonna try and go with the idea of if I yank the floor out, maybe I could just collapse the whole building at once. Probably not. There's probably supports along the sides of the boat as well. But as you can see, this is way faster now. We've upgraded our hammer. Okay. All right. Because that's part of the satisfying thing, is where you set it up and you just give it a tap and then watch the entire ship just disassemble itself. So I want to see what's like the minimum. Zerisa Mage says the RSS Lustania was a passenger ship that sunk by the German U-boat in 1915. In 1908, Lustania became the fastest ship to cross the Atlantic at the time. Sinking was one of the events to help increase public support for the war in the US. Gotcha. I thought the name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. I don't know if we'll have any like actual historic things. Yeah, no, the hit just knocks out the rivets, and then the right click is basically shoving things apart. It is weird that they're separate buttons, but mechanically it makes sense for the game to do that. Just because otherwise it'd be a little obnoxious to try and control having everything fall apart around you. Alright, Strider. You go have yourself a good sleep, buddy. Thank you again for tuning in. All right. Is there anywhere else you see floor that's not connected? Oh, we got some in here. Because then I'm going to start trying to tap stuff apart and just see what happens. I don't expect this to fully cascade. I expect to have to break up some of the walls before we have the massive cascading disassembly. Alright, well, I mean, a lot came apart. Okay, where's my truck? There you are. Okay, so I got some places in here where they didn't come apart. Let's focus on those. Slightly cursed and hovering things, that's fine. Let's not worry about the physics a little too much. All right. Okay, we got walls that came down in that one. But these are still holding up all right. Okay. I'm assuming there's like a light pole over there that's actually sending off those sparks. Yeah, so it seems like only the areas supported by where these line up with those, I don't know what you call the bottom supports on a boat. I wouldn't call them trusses. I'm not sure what you would call them though. It seems like those are the walls holding up, and only the things supported by those are still holding up all right. So I'm hoping I'll get like the right set of these broken. All right. Still holding together so far. Okay, any more of these tiles laying flat? We still got a couple. Alright, let's just knock these ones out here. Because that should expose the inner supports. Okay. Because eventually we'll hit enough stuff to, Oh, that might be it, because that's attaching it to the outside hull. Let's try removing these attachment points here. Would you stop crowding me? Okay, so that's detached from the outside hull. So you can go from the next piece. Because my assumption is once I get this freestanding, everything does seem to collapse if it's no longer supported. I should be able to just go through and collapse everything. Alright. There's any corners we can cut are corners worth cutting. Did you see that they announced natural disasters like tornadoes? I did. It'll be interesting on how a lot of that plays in. Because like I talked about, I would like, I didn't say natural disasters in that regard. I was talking more like pests or whatever. But you know, something that we'd have to react to as opposed to mostly ignore. I like the idea about having stuff that throws off your setup. Okay, no, but seriously, what are you still being supported by? Because these are freestanding right now. Yeah, those pillars aren't. So you. Oh, I think it's just this little last bit here. Alright, well, let's go on over here and try detaching from this side. Maybe it is being supported all the way from over here. Alright. Yeah, sounds like things can go flying. Yeah, I'm curious, like, the play counterplay to it. Is it just it'll tear up your farm and throw your stuff around, so every once in a while you gotta do some cleanup or whatever? Is it just strictly an expense dealing with it? If it'll be something like you won't just want to keep your tractors out and about everywhere. You'll want to go and, you know, tuck them into barns to protect them. Oh, I'm missing some spots here on the bottom. There we go. That's what you want to see. That's what it's all waiting for. Is when the whole boat just goes ka-thunk. Buckle your seatbelt, Dorothy, because Oz mods are coming. You know it. You know they're gonna have, like, someone who's gonna make a duplicate of Dorothy's house. Physics enabled. Alright. And this time I want to definitely take the time to upgrade our hand and boxes or whatever, so I can carry more and pick up stuff faster. That's not what I wanted, it's what I did. Alright. Because now it's just pick up all the junk I've dropped everywhere. Okay. And there'll probably be some stuff still attached here and there I'm going to have to clean up. But I can worry about that once we've sifted through the rest of this. Alright. I honestly never noticed the weld points that I have to cut normally. I'm sure they're here. I can see the ones out on this side that don't lead to anything that I don't need to worry about. That's part of why I'm going over here. I'm trying to see if I can't go to the halfway point if there's a weld point I have to cut. Yeah, so if we upgrade our capacity, I'll be able to hold more before I have to throw the boxes. And if we upgrade our gloves, I believe instead of picking up one item at a time, you can pick up 2, 3, whatever. And all of that will scale really well for speeding this up. We went pretty hard on upgrading the hammer, and that proved to be way faster than we were. We are picking up literally the entire ship's worth of parts practically in one go now. All right. So this time it's not looking like I've got any of those things that didn't... Like the last one we had those 4 or 5 panels that wouldn't come free. This time it's not looking like I've got that problem. So it's just probably a bug in that particular one. Let's see, did you just turn the game into a 5200 card pickup? Yes. Instead of systematically taking apart the boat, we took apart all of its supports and watched the whole thing collapse. And I always appreciate it because when you do that, there's just that 1 or 2 seconds the game hitches as suddenly all pieces of the ship become physics enabled and all start colliding with the ground on their way down. Which is exactly how it should be. Definitely the more the engine screams for you to please stop, the better it is of a gaming experience. And that's true of every game. RimWorld, when you start getting that many colonists that you've got, you know, like 1,000,000 boom, not a million, like 1,000 boom wraps on your map, where the game engine is just screaming for it to you know, be put out of its mercy. That's the exact moment the game got the best. Right before the first of those boom rats dies, and the entire game hitches because it's now suddenly calculating the damage on everything. Oxygen not included. It's not fun until you start dealing with such an extreme pressure differential that the game is, you know, struggling to calculate all the changing pressures and temperatures and all that as 8 or 9 materials are fighting to occupy the same space. I'm trying to remember what game it was. I don't think it was the original Fable. There was one adventure RPG where you would have damage calculations that happened, but there was like a multi-hit kind of thing that you could double dip on, and you could just get it so that in a singular hit, the game would have to do all the calculations for about 30 hits. And it was a strategy for making the game easier. To do that, the whole game would hitch for a second, which would keep it from doing a lot of the other calculations, which would let you effectively treat it almost like an invol frame. So you'd hit the enemy, and like the enemy's AI would just not know what to do because it's busy trying to calculate it all. It's a good thing a really skilled guy is in charge of the physics in IRL. Yeah. The hardware running IRL is real impressive tech. Or Hydroneer when you return to the base and get greeted with individual frames. Yeah, you've been out and about and it's like everything seems fine, and then you start getting near your mine and you just feel the frame rate start dying and you're like, oh no, what has gone wrong while I was gone? Or in Skyrim, that's, I mean, running too many mods is a different animal entirely. Like, you could just install the wrong mods and watch a game go terribly. That's, I don't know about nowadays, but it used to be there was a, better organized inventories mod or something like that for Project Zomboid. It was a mod a lot of people liked, and it became kind of a community outreach to be like, no, really, don't use this mod. Its performance is atrocious. So you'd start a run with the mod for a little while, and you go, why is my game running terribly? And it's because every single time you opened up an inventory, what it had to do, because of just the way Project Zomboid worked at the time, is it would have to load all of the items that were in the inventory into memory, and then reorganize them, and then present them to you. And so if you opened up something that actually had a substantial inventory, it was doing a lot of computation on the back end to rearrange everything. And it would try and be proactive about all the inventories nearby you, because in Project Zomboid, any inventory, you know, within arm's reach shows up on your list of inventories available. So if you had, like, a stack of crates, you could easily have yourself 20 or 30 full inventories nearby you, just, like, walking between them, and the whole game would run horribly because of it. But it was only when you started getting to, like, mid-game that started happening. And so it's always those mods that are like, no, really, I know, like, you want to make the inventory organization better, but very genuinely, this mod has drawbacks. There's a lot of mods like that, too. RimWorld has some mods like that. So does Kenshi. There's mods around making the pathing better and all that. And a lot of those mods are performance nightmares. When it comes to pathfinding, it's one of the most computationally heavy things that a lot of games deal with. Because there's, like, very naive ways of doing it. And when I say naive, I'm not talking, like, the developer doesn't know what they're doing. I'm talking naive as in you're deliberately making a very simple calculation, even if it's nowhere near as accurate, correct, whatever, because you can run that calculation extremely quickly. So performance-wise, there's very negligible hit. Versus the more expensive ones of trying to do that. That was actually, if you remember back in the day with Timberborn, you couldn't have one district over a certain size. Like, the game had hard limits on it. That was the reason for it, was the pathfinding. That was the performance limitation that they were overcoming. And that was the whole reason why eventually they were able to be like, no, you're no longer restricted by the district, is they reworked the entire pathfinding in the game. And there's lots of stuff games do to cheat pathfinding too. Not cheat, but to cut corners in a performance way. Let's see, the pathing mods in RimWorlds make certain areas cost more than the game's built-in pathfinding, so it doesn't actually hit performance. Yeah, they've probably gotten better now. I remember they were a major problem back in the day. But like some of the things in RimWorld does this, when it calculates pathfinding to an area, it'll remember that pathfinding, and as long as something doesn't change its pathfinding enough, it'll just use that same pathfinding in the future. Which is some of the reasons why sometimes you have your characters that'll follow a path that doesn't seem to make sense, but they'll do it more than once. It's because previously that got calculated, and whatever logic triggers it to, like, redo the calculation hasn't occurred yet. And that's a very common thing, especially if you have static maps, that the way they get around the performance implication is if you have, like, you're playing a game like GoldenEye, and you're using an existing map, rather than having them calculate the pathfinding all the time, what they'll do is they'll have like, okay, if the player is in this room on the map, well, there's only a couple routes to get there. They'll already have the logic to determine which of those paths is like the correct path for the pathfinding to use. And then the pathfinding will just, you know, take the character that they're pathfinding for and say, well, how do I get to the nearest already pre-calculated path? So that the pathfinding is usually just trying to move it a little bit here or there. What happened? The ship collapsed? Yep, I destroyed all the structures supporting everything, and it all imploded. And now I'm just collecting the goodies and throwing them in my truck, so that we can sell it all later. We'll organize it, then sell it, do all the things. So now we're just in cleanup mode. And unfortunately, I haven't upgraded my gloves or that. So the pickup takes a little bit. But I've already got the blueprints for, I believe, my tier 3 or 4 gloves and boxes. So all I gotta do is, we're gonna spend most of the resources on getting those this one. What's with the claim contracts? So when you start each of the missions, it's basically bonuses for doing certain things. So far, all of those bonuses could also be just, if you do a pretty thorough job clearing it out, you'll finish the contract. But it'll be something like, okay, during this mission, get 2 fire extinguishers, a med kit, and some cloth. And so it's a matter of like going around the ship and being like, okay, the parts that potentially get damaged, grab those first, and then go start hacking everything apart. So it seems like there is an order of operations that I'm guessing there's certain stuff that can be damaged by the ship collapsing versus like random steel and all that. Does it give you more if you claim them? Yeah, each one of those will end up being worth like 10, 20 bucks. Which doesn't sound like that much, but genuinely 90% of like when I finish an entire ship, I might get like $300. The extra 10, 20 bucks is actually a decent actually increase, like an extra 10, 20%. Okay. Alright, this is the worst part here, because there's a lot of floors that are at the middle. Which is why it doesn't seem like I'm moving much. Because they're grabbing like 3-4 floors worth of panels. Okay. Sounds like a ripoff. Oh yeah, no, you look at the money in this game and like the prices on stuff are silly. That like I bought this whole wreck, and I think this was $20. They're like 20 or 30 bucks for the wreck. And then we work it and we'll make like $300-400 bucks. And then we'll upgrade our grinder for like $20. The economy in this game, the money is pretty absurd. Must be back for the 1900s economy. Just judging by the presentation of it, this looks like a fairly a place that's not doing exactly economically well, is the way I will phrase it. There's lots of like the buildings are just kind of a haphazard smashed together of parts, that kind of thing. No ocean present? Oh, absolutely not. I mean, we're using stuff like blowtorches barehanded. That's just asking for all sorts of serious burns. I mean, heck, even just handling all this rusted metal barehanded is a bad idea. You get lots of little nicks and scrapes and cuts. Is it a naval ship out of water? Yes. We are shipbreaking. I mean, it's a chunk of a naval ship, as I guess a more accurate thing. There we go. We got a lot of really heavy bars in here is the problem. These like longer bars are like 40, 50 pounds. With my limited carry weight, we fill up real quick. Alright. So we're getting really close to having this all cleaned up, and that'll be time to crane. So our car now has about 20, just shy of 20 tons in it. But don't worry, we're gonna add more. It should be you go to drive your car and just the wheels don't move. You just hear a clunking noise because your axle is shattered. Because you put 20 tons in like just a regular, like don't get me wrong, it's like a commercial truck. But that's just like a regular truck there. Hey, Kildrix, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I know I saw you were... Oh, what did I see you streaming earlier? It's okay. So what were you streaming today? I peeked in, I just don't remember what it was. But how was your stream today? And welcome in, Raiders. Norland, that's right. That's right. I haven't checked it out since they updated. I did the Steam Next Fest forever ago, and that left me with a big lot of ick. And I understand they've done a ton to fix that. I've heard it's decent now. But yeah, like the Next Fest demo was one of the few times I played a game where I was like, oh, this is not cozy. Like I'm not comfortable with what they're forcing me to do here. But yeah, I've heard they took the feedback from people and got rid of the ick. But yeah, more content and diplomacy, nice. That's good. But so definitely if you like a bunch of different games, you've got Kildrix plays a variety of games. Played stuff like Valheim, Norland, RimWorld, Project Zomboid, whole bunch of good stuff over there. If you enjoy any of that, you could definitely find that over there. Kildrix is definitely a good time, so you should absolutely check them out. For all the Raiders popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including, I mean, I haven't really played Norland, but everything else on that list I just mentioned, I play as well. I also do play the occasional like slice of life sim style game like Stardew Valley, that kind of stuff. What about less not so?
Thank you, DigiGuy801 for gifting a sub to Killadrix.
And thank you, DigiGuy, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Killadrix. I really do appreciate that support. And Killadrix, you now have to enjoy yourself some advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So congratulations on that one. Thank you so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. They're still pretty horny at Norlands. Yeah, what is that? Oh, that's the electrical box. Yeah, that I had to take out to avoid getting shocked. So the game we're playing today is Ship Graveyard 2. It's kind of like Hardship Shipbreaker if it didn't have a meaningful story, if it was really jank and not quite as polished, and about actual ships. Which is honestly, it's been pretty fun so far. Though I am desperately seeking tool upgrades because picking up every single component I've taken apart one piece at a time is certainly a thing. But it's been pretty fun so far. It is it is definitely, if you played simulation games lately, you're probably all aware of like some simulation games are a little rougher around the edges than others. Not that that means they're bad or anything, but there's definitely levels of polish. And this is one of those ones that, like, the physics gets a little weird. We've had 2 crashes, which luckily it seems like the autosave is very aggressive. So while we've had 2 crashes, I couldn't really distinguish anything that I lost progression-wise between those crashes, so go that. And don't mind us, we are picking up 133 pounds per box and just yeeting them into our truck over there. But then again, I'm not sure the House of Cards disassembly method is what the designers had in mind with the style of play. But it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying to take all of the supports out of the middle of the boat and then just get all of this to implode into the bottom of the boat, where then, you know, I have to shovel it all up in one go. It's satisfying when you're taking stuff apart and you knock out those critical pieces of structure and just watch the whole thing go down. What more could you ask for in a disassembly game? But yeah, so there's lots of tool upgrades and all that. The money in the game is comical. So this giant wreck here, I believe that was $20 is what it cost me to buy it. And don't worry, I'm gonna make a solid probably $200-300 out of it, because that's certainly worth many real life days of work hacking and sawing and doing all this stuff. They do have a GIF on their Steam page of big chain reaction. Oh yeah, I mean it's too satisfying to not do. Alright, so we're almost done cleaning this ship up. It's also fun when you start the chain reaction and you hit that first thing and the whole game hitches for just a moment, while suddenly everything goes from being static objects to physics enabled, and it has to figure it all out. And not even memeing, it is actually kind of satisfying watching the game be like, wait a second, I suddenly have to calculate all of this. Because it means we're winning. It's like when you play a game like Path of Exile and you come up with some memey build that does so much damage in an area, you click the button and the whole game just kind of freezes for like half a second, and then everything disappears off the screen. That's when you know you're winning. Okay. We're definitely upgrading our gloves and our carry weight after this. I see you, small part. So that I can pick up more in the future, so I don't have to sit here and do it this way. A truck bed of holding? Yeah. Our truck is currently carrying 25,000 pounds. So a good significant carry. Definitely our truck is not some type of demonic monster truck thing. It's certainly go and buy, you know, a Ford F-150 and it would certainly not simply have both of its axles smash and its suspensions fully get crushed and everything else trying to carry that kind of weight. All right. You thought it was 25k megatons? Wrong game. Okay. And one of the things we are planning and doing is I've talked about tomorrow they've got the Big Satisfactory update. I am planning on starting a Satisfactory run for that. So what's the main objective of the game? Make money, get better tools to take apart bigger boats, to make money to get better tools to take apart bigger boats. Kind of like a pressure washer simulator kind of thing. where you start and all your stuff is kind of garbo tier. So you struggle to clean up like a small area, and you just keep upgrading your stuff. And then, you know, getting the catharsis of shredding some giant thing all in one go. To be clear, I played this game once way back when it first released into early access. And that's been like 2 years ago. And so it's one of those things. Can Star sleep now? You're always welcome to sleep. Power Wash Simulator had a great story. That Power Wash Sim story is a fever dream. It is good. It is definitely one of those things you're like, what is even happening right now? Nope, I missed that one. That's fine. Like, it's also fun when you talk to people about the story for Power Wash Sim, and they're like, what? It's like, did you not read the dialogue? There's some weird cursed things going on in this town, man. Okay, so. What is the thing you're unhappy about? Oh, it's because I'm physically standing on it? Element does not have connectors destroyed. So I'm assuming there is some connector in between the two boats? Let's try blowtorching these connectors. That's not what I'm looking for. Even though they're not connected to anything. Maybe they have to still be detached. So try cutting all these and see if it cares about that. All right. If an option, always blowtorch. Yeah, pretty much. The game's got a shimmering thing that's like, cut me, so you cut it. I like how it pops really loudly with the metal stress sound, as if this connector attached to nothing else is under incredible strain from the amount of weight it's been holding against it this whole time. All right. That's your rule in real life as well. Well, that's when you play like Hard Space Shipbreaker. Anytime you see like the yellow and black stripe, if it's not immediately dangerous right then, it's like, okay, cut it right now. Let's see, VR Amazon box packing simulator, dark mode. All right. So we got our first major chunk of the hull dragged away. And then we'll have the other one. And then we'll just need to sort out the salvage, and we'll see what we can upgrade. Yep, so that gave me 1,700 more pounds of steel. So that's good news. So it does appear like when this thing's all said and done, we'll have made somewhere in the ballpark of about 32,000 pounds worth of material. There's also something about the character's hands where it really does feel like we're walking around like salvaging the thing, being like, There was a reason we had to go into the salvaging business. Okay. So I'm going to do the auto sort because the sorting minigame is a lot. Sort all. Because otherwise you gotta flip those bins back and forth, and it would have been 270 bins. So no. Cool. So let's go ahead and get our materials. And with that, before I sell anything or do anything like that, let's run over here and we upgrade our gloves. And our crate. And upgrade the crate again. And the gloves again. And the blowtorch. I do not have enough materials to upgrade the blowtorch. I really don't know what the rope is for, but I can upgrade it, so I'm going to do it. And then we can apparently buy these. But I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. Let's see. The rope will make it easier for you to move around the ship. Increase your ability to get to higher floors. Oh no, it's a grappling hook? Wait, what? That's my detonator. Yeah, apparently we're going to grappling hook our way around. Okay, so with this, let's take our spare material and sell all of that for an extra $200 something. Let's run over here and get our next ship. So these, to clarify, these are our gloves that we got. They're not gloves. We have bandaged up our hands. So we did that one. We did... Okay, so you're the green Rex. So let's scrap the green... Well, actually, contracts. Oh, I guess I had to accept the contracts. It's fine. I had to accept the contracts while they were still there. So now we're on to the Caroline. So let's scrap you. And the Caroline. It's a ship that actually has load time. Yeah, it looks like, I was gonna say, it looks like I have to turn them in first. Let's take our spare money we have and go up to the upgrades person. That's not the upgrades person. And go to the upgrades person, which is right over here. And buy more blueprints for upgrades. So that just makes a crane faster. That doesn't seem as important to me. So let's see. We have $400 something. So let's continue to buy a little bit of all the upgrades. Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll stop there. Let's grab our truck, and we got ourselves a bigger ship to take apart. Yeah, so it looks like I need to turn stuff in. And I don't actually know if you can keep material between things. The game implied that anything you don't use is forfeit. And I'm not super worried about it anyways. So yeah, so now we have like the whole back half of a ship now. So we're moving up in the world. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to run around and pick up all the garbage that's everywhere. That's so much faster. Okay. Oh, and my upgraded box is like a crate you'd get, you know, produce in or whatever. Okay. Alright, that looks like I could probably detach that from the wall. Okay, so you can drop this off so we got our container down there. Yeah, so my plan is to first explore the ship, collect all the random stuff that's not bolted down. Once we get that out of the way, we can start worrying about other goodies. So let's go up here. All right. Yeah, so that's good news because it gave me almost an extra 100 pounds per carry I can make happen. Which does go a long ways. Okay, we've got you in here. Okay, so this one, I can't just collapse it immediately. There is lots of equipment I need to lift out with the crane. Which does mean I need to take the time to do that. That's fine. So the plan is to basically, we'll figure out which one of those crane items is the highest up. And once I've got that, we'll tear apart the whatever I need to get that pulled out with a crane. Then we'll move on to the next one, and the next one, you get the idea. Okay. Is you sure that trash is worth the extra money? My assumption is, well, some of those things are quest items. Like, don't get me wrong, the trash that's on the ground is probably not worth anything meaningful. I'm just going through and collecting everything that's loose to begin with. Yeah, so that's another valuable item in there. Basically, if it's not bolted down, I want it in my pocket. Because I want to say with all this stuff, it just goes, okay, that's cloth, that's metal, that's whatever, unless it's something special. Okay. Congratulations, you found the Hawaii hula figurine. Meeting a Redbeard before a voyage was a terrible misfortune for the ship and its crew. The genesis of this discrimination can be found in the Christian tradition. It is said that Judas had just red hair, but there was a way to prevent misfortune. All you had to do was talk to the red before he could speak. I'm pretty sure the figurines and the dialogue with the figurines. Oh, I see the electric thing. So my assumption is if I bang on those with a hammer, it either kills or seriously hurts me. We haven't witnessed anything that implies actual damage to our character yet. But that seems like it's deliberately like, yo, this is a bad time. I probably should bang on it for science. Fine, let's do it. We haven't hurt ourselves yet. Cable hazard. Be aware, certain ship's components remain energized at all times. It's crucial to deactivate power before accessing a room, dismantling the section ship. You can cut power, trace the cables back to the control station. I don't I don't know what that... Oh, you know what? I bet you it does. It probably doesn't hurt you at all. You just physically can't disassemble it until it's done. So it's a blocker. Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? It probably damaged something. That's also a possibility. Is there something I didn't see that got destroyed because of it? There's lots of things it could do. The point being, get zappy bad. Alright, so I've got a lot of stuff to deal with, and we still have another whole floor. Oh, there we go. And then there's another thing in here. Alright. It also looks like there's stuff that piles up outside of my, stuff here as well. Give me those shop lights. Even the shop lights will get sold. Yep, so I got like the whole back half of the ship and all that. Alright, so let's get back up top, because we had one more floor I hadn't checked. And it genuinely looks like this is a ship that I probably should take the time to, I probably should take the time as I'm running around here to take apart areas from above, because there is lots of containers to do. So we'll have to get all of that picked up. Which makes sense. In real life, you wouldn't just hack the bottom down and let the whole thing disassemble. You'd be more systematic about it. Alright. And I believe we were ready to go up here. So we can start cutting off all the anchor points. And start taking these goodies out. Because while I've not tested it, I'm pretty sure if you collapse the floor under the valuable stuff like this, it'll just get broken. I'll say this seems like a safe idea. Disassemble the ladder you're standing on top of. Does the game have time constraints like hard space? No. That's not what I want. I honestly don't think I need to disassemble this little by little. This here just feels like it's steel. So I'm betting if I pop down all of these and then I give it a tap. Yeah, it's fine. This is clearly just steel to me. Let's detach the column over here. And the ladder. And take apart the other half of the support and give it a little tap. And all of that falls apart now. I mean, honestly, now I have a higher carry weight. Disassembling things as we go is not nearly as awful as it was before. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to take apart the roof. So that all the goodies that are down one floor, we can grab them. And then we'll clean up the mess from that, and then take apart the next roof. And get all that sorted. But yeah, no, it's not meant to be a game that you're like sweaty, stressing, going, oh man, I gotta do this faster. Granted, we haven't seen all the hazards, but like we saw with the electrical box, I didn't see anything that got destroyed by it. I literally think it's just a blocker. But I could be wrong. I was honestly wondering, since we hadn't seen a health bar of any kind, if I was gonna get zapped, and the idea is like we'd get, you know, we'd wake up back in our bed, it's like, you got hurt. I was expecting something like that, but that's not what happened. It just seemed to imply I wasn't allowed to break apart those rivets until I figured out how to kill the power to them. Alright. So we're just cleaning up all this. Let the waters above and waters beneath. A firmament? What? I have no idea what that has to do with anything. Like, I'm clearly missing a reference. This doesn't seem to be an ocean workplace. Ocean workplace? Injuries don't. Yeah. This is definitely not OSHA compliant. Like, you know, that we're physically standing on top of the stuff we're disassembling and all that. And just being like, yeah, no, it's fine. Who needs any type of safety harnesses or, you know, temporary supports to hold the thing up while you knock the rivets out or whatever, that, you know, then after you've gotten clear of it and all that, you would then do the next thing. I'm confused as the... Oh, there must be a wall beneath there that I'm hitting on both sides of the wall. Because I've got equipment down below me that it's okay if I drop stuff on it. I just need to not drop the floor out from below it. Your Ferengi. Safety gets in the way of profits. We're self-employed. Okay. So this will probably drop us down, so bonk. There you go. But then the hope is that'll have exposed some of the stuff for the crane. Not more filing cabinets I missed, that's fine. No, it actually went in. I thought for sure we would have missed it. I do really appreciate how forgiving the throwing is, where it just kind of like auto aims for you. That one was a miss. Oh, those aren't really there. Okay. Can I throw stuff out the window? Yeah, it just didn't have an angle that could reach that, so that's fine. Alright, so we knocked that ceiling out. Is it? Let's see, to be frank, you also enjoyed the difficulty of throwing in Gas Station Simulator. Scoring a long distance felt great. Yeah, there's certainly something to be said about that as well. Alright, so we didn't have anything I saw that needed to be... What are... Oh, that's just weird rivet artifacts. Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about it. But yeah. I think there's definitely a place for the two different ones. Like, I could see that maybe the truck, when you throw it out, it's got like an auto aim to it. But have like a dumpster somewhere else that you could also chuck it to. And then the dumpster doesn't have the auto aim. You know, and then put like achievements around it and everything, or you get a little extra bonus money or some type of little silly fanfare when you do it. I think that's had another update, hasn't it? I know they added the volcano area, which I didn't play that on stream yet. Like, I haven't played it off stream either. I had intended to, and then just, you know, one thing after the other came, and it just didn't end up happening. But yeah, I know earlier people mentioned that they thought the Satisfactory thing was today. It's been a thing like all day, that it's not that I didn't realize this today, but trying to decide what I was playing today, knowing that that was tomorrow, my brain just gonna be like, all right, but Satisfactory, and like, no. Like, that has to wait till tomorrow when the update drops, because you're just going to need to start over. There's literally no point in playing today. The only thing I could potentially do today on Satisfactory that'd be worthwhile would be visiting some of my old factories and just kind of showing them, but you know, I'm not gonna spend hours doing that. I haven't done that many. We've done I think 2 factories on stream, because I had one time that, you know, people seemed to genuinely hold interest for a while, and then I had one time I played where it took all of like 2 streams for people to start really dropping off, and so it's like, okay, you know, you vote with your eyeballs, as it were. Now we can grab that. And I believe when I finish this area, I've got, like, I think one more room towards the center. And then it'll be good to knock this floor out. And that should start revealing a bunch of the machines that'll then have to, you know, queue up the crane to start lifting them all out and whatnot. It's interesting that for the crane, the only thing you gain is a bit faster pickup speed. Maybe it'll be a thing later on that'll be able to free up a bunch of machines that'll actually care about that. But about the only thing I've seen that seems to matter with that at all is, like, when you finish the ship and there's like 2 or 3 pieces, you can pick those up and it takes a minute. But that seems like pretty minor for as expensive as that upgrade would be. Okay. So let's see, did we already clear this room? Yep. Alright, so a lot fell apart, but not all of it. Because some of them have more layers to deal with. That's not unexpected. Because then the areas that did have stuff that held up, we can go through and knock... I see. That particular floor tile was not still together. All right. Oh, I missed one. Okay. So you need to find a boat named the Midnight Oil, so you can say you're chipping away at them. Yep. I didn't think that was gonna make it. Okay. I'm not sure if that's going through the walls and all that, or if that's just the way it is. Oh, and I missed another spot right there. Okay. So I've got one set of platforms over here, which you can see that there's some valuable cargo underneath that I've got to deal with. And I've got a bunch over here. So I've got two separate sections of platform to deal with. So let's chuck you down there real fast and start taking this all apart. Because I believe once I take this apart, I've got some valuable cargo under all of it. This might be one that I have to, like, knock it from here, and then do it again from below, like, I'll knock down one part and then I'll have to reach the other part. Oh, hey. That'd be a problem. Okay, so that's all good. Assemble this over here. Not... Oh, you fell off this side of the wall. That's fine. Okay. Not much left in this part. Well, I missed that jump. That's fine. We could run around here and try again. And then that should give me the availability to pull the cargo that's in the middle there out. Because the game does specifically mention those cargoes that you can't pick up yourself are worth extra. So my assumption is it is worth taking the time. Because otherwise, you know, there's no... Like, you just shred everything and not worry about it. I think we're good here, so... Just need to find my way back out now. There we go. Okay. Now I got another mess to clean up. Not sure what that is leaning against the truck, but that's fine. I can deal with that when we get down there. Yeah, so having it pick up 2 at once helps a lot, because I don't have to, like, track down the clicks. We can just run up and deal with it. So that's good. It'll be really nice. It looks like we could probably get up to, like, picking up 5 things at the same time or something like that. Alright. Yeah, it's a bunch of... Well, that's fine. I didn't mean to jump down. That's fine. Yeah, so you still have a ceiling above you that I gotta worry about. And so do you. And so do you, but you're only one ceiling away from being freed from all that. Alright. So one thing that'll help out to save me some time cleaning, let's go to this corner right here. And let's knock this wall out. Just deliberately target it. Get out of my way, wall. Much better. So now I just go to the end of the hallway and do it. First I have to like do that whole run around the ship thing. Okay. And there's one of our high-value cargo things to deal with. Which, as soon as I get all the debris off of it, is ready to rock and roll. And I believe one more floor should give me 3 or 4 more of them freed. Alright. And the reason I'm not putting much focus on the walls is as we collapse the floor beneath it, the walls should just come down. And so I don't really need to worry about it. The walls, for the most part, don't seem to be much of an obstruction as well for the crane. Once in a while they seem to, but I could just deal with those isolated problems with whatever wall is causing me grief. Alright. Like, very genuinely, it feels like my priority now, so far as time spent, is just continuing to upgrade the box and the gloves. That seems to be one of our biggest time sinks right now, is just the tidy up after I smash stuff. The smashing stuff itself honestly seems to be doing pretty good on the efficiency. Well, that's on me. Alright. So next floor. I'm willing to bet next time what I probably should do is like I did for the boat before this one, was deliberately go, okay, here's our highest piece of material, what's above it, and start chipping away. My only fear with doing that is I could see them setting up a level where I would delete a path going to some higher area, doing that I then need to go to for getting some other part of sealing up. Which, granted, I'm sure I could work around it, but making it more inconvenient. But I think that'd probably be more efficient than what I'm doing this one. We'll see. I honestly don't think it's a big deal either way. There's no timer, you don't get a bonus for finishing faster. It's just, how efficiently are you using your time is about the only consideration. I think what we'll do is, What valuables do we still have here? I know somewhere in the middle here, we've got that one, looks like the steam engine or whatever boiler or whatever they got going on down below. Was center ship here somewhere. But yeah, that's the way we'll take it in the future, is I'll just try and be like, okay, which of these is the things that need to be craned out. We'll clean up the loose stuff, we'll go for the stuff that needs to be craned next, and then we'll just tear out the structure out of the bottom. If we do it that way, then most of our work will just be clean up, because I can collapse the ship on itself. Let's see. Your uncle used to work on warships in the dockyard. Not sure this is how this worked. Yeah, no, this would be a ship breaker style thing, and even then, like, this is completely ignoring any safety whatsoever. Because realistically, if you're trying to disassemble like this, it'd probably have some type of like mobile structure that you could, you know, move into a room, you could reinforce the room, you'd start taking apart the rivets and doing all that stuff, you know, to disassemble it all, you know, and then you'd carry away all your stuff, and then after you've carried away all your stuff, you'd remove that mobile structure. You get the idea. So that space over there is still connected. Okay. I didn't mean to jump down there, but here we are. That said, this may have revealed this, the crane hitaway. So let's work on cleaning all this up. Okay, so I got a bunch of debris sitting on top of here. I'm actually surprised with the physics I was allowed to climb in this. That's fine. Okay. I mean, yeah, let's go see if I can take this out. I think this wall is going to conflict, but the way we find out is we grind the attachment points off, and then we try and crane it. All right, so it looks like those are my 2 conflict points right there. I can just run around. Okay. Maybe I can run around? There we go. Let's see, how much do you get for all that scrap versus something in the contracts? The contracts only give me like 20, 30 bucks. It's going to be worth more than the individual scrap they ask for the contracts, but the scrap itself is like the vast majority of your money. All right. Heavy elements. Heavy elements on the ship will collapse when you destroy the roofs that hold them in place. In order to not lose valuable elements, destroy the elements' connectors and lift it out of the crane. So I'm assuming... Oh, we haven't actually destroyed that yet. Okay. I think it's warning me that I was about to. If I did destroy one, you know, it's too late. I've destroyed it. But, I didn't realize I had that up there. But yeah, so that's what I thought when it was like, okay, I'm allowed to drop stuff on it and it doesn't care. I'm like, okay, well, clearly that means that's fine, whatever. Clearly that means I can't drop them. Because otherwise there's no reason to not just sit at the bottom of the ship and just disassemble it from down there every single time. I need to clean up all my boxes that are laying all over the place. Okay. Let's do some tidying up before I lose track of any of these. Alright, what do we got left in here? Nothing valuable that's heavy over here. I know there was a big cargo container 1 floor up on the back. Let's get that. This game is 80% dismantling a ship, 20% finding all of the yeeted crates. I mean, honestly, I think a big part of it is just figuring out, it's like, okay, here's my valuable cargo. Like, what was the best way for me to get this out of the way? Okay, so we got more valuable equipment here. I don't honestly need to clean all this space. just enough. They can collapse the roof down. Alright, that'll be an interesting thing to deal with. Can't quite reach it. Alright, let's see if we can't clear out a little bit more of this. Alright, didn't I have... Where are you at? Try that again with a little less failure. Alright. The fact that I have, like, a Spider-Man grapple hook thing is really a weird choice for the game. Alright. It's like everything else is pretty standard. Then you have your character just grapple. That's fine. Grapple hook their way to, you know, victory. Okay, that's fine. We can just pop down here real quick. Grab you. Grab that, which has been sitting here this whole time. Deal with wherever all that stuff went later. Okay, so we can go ahead and saw these off, and they might be free to get out of here. What are you stuck by? Because normally it marks with red. Oh, do you have... Ah, you've got 4 cleats I gotta saw through. Not 2 like the other one. That means I probably need to smash through that wall. Okay, now we can go and pull this out. Oh, I didn't... There's a scan. Nothing to scan. Okay. Fair enough. And I believe that's literally everything valuable in here, so let's just start smashing. I'm gonna have to clean up all this crap. Blocking a bunch of the anchor points. Okay. We pick up stuff so much faster now. Not seeing any more ceiling stuff for the most part. Yes, I do think the correct decision on how to deal with this in the future is to deliberately go to the top, be like, okay, where is the valuable stuff? And, you know, kind of tunnel our way through to clear a path to that. And then once I've done that, then I could just go around. I probably don't even need to worry about where I mentioned, oh, I could make it so I can't cross. I forgot I got a freaking grappling hook. So we just go and clear all that. That shouldn't be that big a deal. So now I can just smash up all the ground here. And do just like we did with the last couple. We'll collapse it. Only now I can pick up way more, way faster. So once I collapse the floor, we should be in much better shape. Or just, it won't take nearly as long for me to do tidy up. Because I carry not quite double as much per load. And we pick up 2 items at a time instead of the 1. And we pick them up faster. Okay. I do wonder what some of the better ones are going to be like. All right. I'm wondering, yeah, no, this is going to be anchored on the back of the boat as well. So I imagine this is going to be picked up as 3 parts. You'll have one side, you'll have the other side, and then you'll have the back, all separate parts. Okay, we'll worry about that room in a minute. The idea of sitting here with a hammer and going around the ship and breaking each individual rivet by just smacking it with a hammer sounds terrible. I would expect at a minimum you'd probably use a drill. Or like some kind of punch, maybe. I figure a hammer, you just ding it up a whole bunch and make yourself tired. Like, not that you couldn't break it with the hammer eventually. I just feel like there'd be better tools for the job. Okay. I'm also expecting them to have weld points like that on the bottom at the ship some point. Like once you get a big enough ship, I could see there being an under area walking space, like a little access point. Like a maintenance corridor or whatever. I'm curious how big the ships get, because it seems like each of these ships is effectively the same size ship as the one before, with one extra segment on it. I'm imagining eventually we start getting a properly big ship. And a lot of these I'm going to have to clean up more underneath where I'm knocking stuff out now. But we'll have to worry about that when we get there. It also seems like 90% of the grinding points you can completely ignore by just knocking out all the rivets behind it so there's nothing holding it up. Let's see here. We got plenty of rivets back there. Did I already get this room? I did not. Okay. Now, it makes me curious as well, is if as we upgrade the hammer, it gets one more damage point or whatever, that's going to do nothing to speed up our process, because no matter what, these are 2 hits each. Making it 3 damage still means 2 hits each. That said, I could definitely see at the maximum level it'd be 1 tap for each of these. Alright, I think we're good, so let's go ahead and get out of the way and go bonk. Alright, so I need to clear up all these to expose the anchor points down here. So all places the floor didn't collapse. And then once I clear those up, that should be what causes most of the ship to all collapse at once. Yep, that's what I wanted. But I figured pick up all this so I could just see these and go around and deal with them. Already full. Yeah, I do think for right now my focus is going to be mostly on both the amount I can carry and the speed I can pick it up, as some of the upgrades I think I'm going to get the most value out of. There are explosives that we can apparently buy, but it does seem like you buy them each and every time. Like they're consumable. And considering how little money you get, I can't imagine that's going to work out particularly well, because it had to make them cost like 25 cents or something like that for them not to be an absolute vampire on your bottom line. Alright, so it looks like it's probably mostly it. I'm going to start by just destroying the outside edge. And then giving it a tap and just seeing what happens. I imagine it won't collapse everything. That, like, they'll still be anchored in at certain points. But if I can find out, I could just do a lap around the outside bottom floor to gut most of the ship when we're in wrap-up. That'd definitely be something to speed up the process a lot. Oh, I forgot we've got this spot up here. Cool. So I've got that whole outside taken care of. I've got a spot back here I've got to worry about. Because I'm pretty sure with that anchored to the outside wall, even if I destroy the support underneath it, some of it will hold up. Need to make sure to do that before this phase next time, because the holes in the ground are making it a little annoying to jump around and all that. Alright. Okay, so those ones they already detached from the top part, so that's good news. So don't have to do another pass in them. Oh, come on. Alright, so we've almost got it detached from the outside edge. Then I probably just have to clean up some of the middle, and the whole thing should come apart, and then we're in mop-up. It's honestly surprising with tearing apart all this stuff without doing any cleanup, really. I mean, we did the upper floors, but the idea that you could do it this way. Alright, so I think we're just down to finding the places where the floor held up and breaking where it's still anchored. That should collapse all the walls. It should be mostly just the middle. I don't know why that's giving me grief. It should be mostly just these middle areas, because we already did the outside edge. Yeah, you're already done. Can't seem to hit that spot, that's fine. Yeah, so I'm having weird things with hitting them in certain spots. Doesn't matter as long as I can get one section of it. Alright, I think that's all of it, so... I was admittedly hoping for a little bit more out of that, but okay. Surprised it's still holding. I'm probably missing like one spot. You assume this would be spaceships from your past content? I mean, I do a variety of stuff. Yeah, no, we've done hard space shipbreaker, and this is just a different kind of shipbreaker. Yeah, so almost, I think like all the bottom part is destroyed. Is there any bottom ones we see at all? Before we go running around just realizing... Aha. Yes, I'm hoping... Oh, I still got some floor pieces over here. Interesting. Yeah, so it does look like I'm gonna have to detach these wall pieces. That the floor is not enough. So I'm not sure what's reinforcing it and holding it, but the more we break, the less likely large areas are to hold up. Okay. That said, we should be getting really close to this thing no longer being structurally sound. I mean, in real life, you would not be walking around in this. But that's fine. Video games physics have always been an experience. Okay, so you're no longer supported by any of this over here. Or that over there. Got a couple places back here that are still holding up. Okay. And I think this might be the last two rooms. I was curious if I was hearing it cascade or not. Yeah, so it looks like you gotta disassemble the walls on the bottom entirely, not just the floors. Okay. And imagine... Oh, that's probably done there. And imagine as you get later on and later on, we'll see more and more... Excuse me? What is holding you up? What am I missing? How... Alright, let's do some cleanup here. Before I try and figure out what is keeping that from being sorted out. Because I'm sure I'm missing, like, one panel something that needs to be handled before the whole thing collapses. But I'm not sure where. Oh, the part you eat is very satisfying? Yes. That's not the right direction at all. I'm trying to deliberately go for all these things to see if I just miss, like, one column somewhere or something. They've got, like, one anchor point that we've overlooked. Because all the previous times, once I've detached it from the exterior hull, the whole thing came down. That said, it's the kind of game that I expect to find a lot of jank in, so... if it chose not to work right, it also wouldn't super surprise me either. No, well, that's fine. Let's see, how can all that fit in the truck? Oh, with these. Next question. I'm also seeing if we just start taking apart random pieces, this will find out what's causing it. Alright. Door frame right there? Door frame right where? I'd say door frame is going in between here. Yeah, that's just a panel laying down on that. That's not actually connected. Maybe you? There we go. That was supposedly the magic spot that was holding the whole thing up. Alright. So let's get cleaning. Alright. That's what I was trying to do, is to find that magic spot to make it all collapse. I think it was just, there was, because of how it's structurally involved, I don't know where it calculates its fixes to say, hey, I'm not supported anymore. But I'm guessing as we moved around, it kind of just, even though it wasn't technically supported, one of the previous areas that it had previously calculated as being supported, because I detached it from so far away, it was still flagged as being supported. Because I don't think it's doing a calculation on each and every single part every single time I knock something down. So it's probably once I got a couple pieces that were close enough together that it could cascade properly. Alright. Yeah, I definitely think getting the, getting just bigger crates, more grab speed, that's all of it, because, like, the cleanup ends up being such a big part of the time sink. That should be fine. I believe we already bought another upgrade. I just need to physically assemble it. I wonder what happens if I anchor it away early. Like, I think what it did before is you just drop all the, like, you'd have parts get scattered everywhere as it picked it up and moved it. That's not what I wanted. That slows me down. All right. This time we'll finish the quests. Alright. Yeah, because this is the one thing I'd say could use some improvement, is how long it takes just to pick up all the stuff when you're done. It feels like you put a real significant time dedication into just point at pile of junk, click a lot, because I can't click and hold. If I click and hold, nothing. So every time that hand's popping out, I'm clicking. That's one thing I'd like to see change. Is that you could kind of click and hold to just... You know, I'm still fine with it having a speed tool where it only picks up 1 and 2 at a time. But to kind of just hoover things nearby. Save my fingies. All right. Where's the anchor point we cut from? Can't you just make a macro on your keyboard and hold it? I could. But like those kind of solutions, that's fine for you as an individual, but you know, as someone who, when it comes to the games, I still think it's worth pointing out the valid criticism of, hey, you're murdering my fingers, friend. Like, having to use third-party tools to overcome shortcomings in games, to me, like, that's acceptable for you as the player, it's not acceptable for the game devs. It's not even like a little game thing. I've made a stink to about Path of Exile a number of times that there are certain things that it was just common practice to macro out, which I didn't personally, but they kept balancing the game more and more about having flasks up all the time, and it was just absolutely brutal on their fingers. And it kind of wasn't until like public outcry had reached like a really high point that they're finally like, fine, we've made a way you can automate your flasks. You know, there's just some investment. I was saying, can't agree, would appreciate games not cranking the volume maximum without letting me set it first. I genuinely want, when you start a game for the very first time, so you know how like some games, it's especially common in the horror genre, they'll put like the slider here that's like, hey, adjust this slider until you can barely see this symbol or whatever. I want the same thing where it starts the game volume fairly low and says, hey, adjust the slider until you can, you know, clearly hear the person talking, but you can barely hear, like, the little girl whispering, or, like, whatever. You know, have the high-low, the thing that you're supposed to only barely be able to hear, and then the thing that's supposed to be like, hey, this is a loud noise in the game. That way you can adjust your volume to do that. Let's see, what's worse is you had unskippable stuff before the menu, that you have the tutorial. Oh, yeah, the game where you you load the game and it has like no menu, just like a start screen. And then it's like, you know, we need to save the kingdom. Oh no, the kingdom has fallen, and the whole time you don't have options available. So like your keyboard layout's wrong, your key bindings are wrong, the volume's wrong, the graphics settings, you know, don't play right. I don't see many of those, but yeah, when they happen, that's the kind of thing that when I run into it may literally get me to be like, yep, and refunded. Let's see, here I thought I was doing well enough to just set all sliders to 69 by default. Yeah, and that's, one, like, as, if you're a game dev and you're like, oh, well, I'm not going to implement all that, that's fine. My ask is, set your volume at the beginning to 50%, 50. That way, people who go, oh man, it's not loud enough, they can turn it up. And meanwhile, it's just the same as people can go, oh man, that's a bit too loud, they can turn it down, and have 50% be like that balance point that you aim to have your audio set up at that 50%, because everyone's gonna have different audio configurations. Some people using headsets, some people using, you know, home theater systems and all sorts of stuff in between, that lets them adjust to whatever they need to. And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures is another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, among other things. Been playing some RimWorld as well, if I remember correctly, recently. So definitely check that out. I'm pretty sure I saw you playing RimWorld. Like, I stopped it and chatted and everything. But, you know, everything's fuzzy. You busy at work, still not launching that rocket. Gotcha. To be fair, I would imagine it's like 70, 80, 90% of people who play RimWorld, who even put in like the hundreds and thousands of hours, never see the end credits. Not because of lack of skill, it's just not the way they play the game. They don't worry about building the rocket and getting the ending. They make Big Colony bigger. You didn't see them until 2,000 hours? Yeah, no, I definitely saw, like, I don't know when I saw the first end credits. I imagine I was probably 300-400 hours in. Because it was one of those things early on for me, it was like, that is an objective the game has given me. I would like to see it. And then, you know, the trials and tribulations of playing the game and making mistakes and dying and adjusting. And that's not playing at, like, sweaty, try-hard difficulties or anything like that. That's just playing fairly standard stuff. Okay, so that's the cut point. So my hope is that I've cleared this off. We can get that chunk of the ship out of the way. All right. But yeah, versus where I'm at in the game, I've done all the endings at least twice. The ending I've done the least is definitely the ship to the stars. And then royalty is down there as well. I did the royalty ending as like, okay, I've been pretty open that the royalty ending or the royalty DLC is probably my least favorite of the DLC. It does add a lot of really fun equipment into the game, but I've never been as big onto the psychic power side, which was kind of the big mechanic they introduced with royalty. And I found like the actual royalty mechanic to be completely obnoxious. It used to be worse. I can't remember if it was like they had a beta of it, I remember when it first came out, it was so frustrating that like you would have the royalty person be like, I want to have a speech. I want to have this. I want to have that. And you're just kind of like, look, man, we're seriously going to go on mutiny. Like, it wasn't the fun kind of challenge. It's like when you have that one pawn who just every couple of minutes is just getting into a social fight, and you're just like, look, I don't care how good you are. You are absolutely driving me up the wall. I've lost so many colonies to just having people are like abrasive and all that social fighting constantly and just being like, you know what? I'm over it. That person, if they lose that fight, that's on them. When you play RimWorld, do you usually get the canon ending? Yeah, I would definitely say the launching the ship is usually the ending I go for the most. Every once in a long while, I'll do an Arco Nexus run. Oh, the everybody died ending. Oh, and we got another game crash. So for those who haven't been for this, this is our third or fourth game crash. It's not been awful so far as the crashes. The good news is it does seem to auto save a lot. Like, literally, when we've come back, I don't even know if we've lost a single smack of a hammer or anything. Meanwhile, we're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom, and I want to eat my food real fast. So while that's rebooting and all that, I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be back as soon as the ad break is over. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And hopefully, these things work this time.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh.
We broke an atmosphere and we're descending towards the landing site.
Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8.
It's coming from the building?
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Yeah, so if you didn't gather what the off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. Alright, and we are back. Let's go load up and see where we got left off. Because the game did crash. Which has been a couple of crashes we've had tonight. It's not been too bad. Oh, I see. We have like a display shelf for all the little figurines we find in there. Oh, hey. So it does teleport my truck back and everything. But when we go here, okay, so we did lose a smidge of progress. It looks like I've got most of the stuff cleaned up on the one side, but it did set us back before I had lifted it out. So unfortunately, I do have to clean up more. So we did probably lose 5 or so minutes, which is not my favorite. All right, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I said I was gonna test this. So we still have all the debris still on there. Okay, there's something in the way there. So let's see what happens when it goes to move this. Oh, weird. Oh! I have a whole back area back here I completely missed. Yeah. Oh, that's definitely not something I want to do. Oh no, it's just dropping them all in that spot. I advise you buy a glove for quick collection. Yeah, we did previously do upgrades, and we were actually commenting that the gloves and the larger crate are probably the big ones. So craning it with all the debris on it is definitely somewhat cursed. I kind of figured it was going to be, but we also hadn't tested it. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely want to get... Like, of the upgrades, I think it made sense to make sure I got a hammer that at least did 2 damage a swing, just because that cuts down the amount I have to bang on stuff in half. Whereas it definitely feels like the crate and the glove were the next biggest ones, just because of how much time you spend picking up stuff. Which, for the record, we do actually have level 3 hands and all that. What I've also observed is it does not appear the crane has come back for that other piece. And does there a spawn in this corner as well? Okay. Yeah, clearly doing it this way was really messy, and I probably shouldn't do it on the next one. Yeah, let's not do that in the future. 'Cause I've definitely scattered parts absolutely everywhere. Oh good, that one's inside my window. Yeah, so the lesson here is, I figured it was gonna be this cursed, but honestly, I'm a little impressed by how incredibly cursed this is. The good news is that back half doesn't have nearly as many parts on it. Oh, it's not dropping all of the parts. A lot of those parts are just staying on there. My assumption is those are the parts we see that when it gets way over there. Yeah, they're appearing over here. Some of them end up in the scrapyard, none obtainable. Yeah, so the lesson today is to not do that. But that was the whole thing I had made the comment of, we haven't tested. Let's test. We've already done a bunch of that of, this electrocution thing is probably bad for me. Immediately walks up and starts smacking it just to see what the outcome is. I kind of wish there was better, like, highlighting of stuff. So there's, like, nothing between me and a part at a distance. Being thrown off by the not real debris. Okay. Kobe would be proud of my dunking skills. Yep. As long as I'm not obstructed, every shot is perfect. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. Pretty wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
I said I wasn't.
I could tell when I walked in, you're like, oh. I was like, you sleepy much?
I love you.
I love you too. But yeah. I hope you feel better soon and get more chicken noodle soup. Well, it's not like a sore throat cold kind of thing. I mean, it's COVID. It's genuinely an energy thing. Like, really, that is the only meaningful symptom, is just low energy and fuzzy-headedness. So what's the objective? We get ships, we shred them apart, we get lots of money. Well, I mean, we get a paltry amount of money for it, if we're being genuine. We use that to get better equipment, to shred ships, to get more money, to, you know, repeat that process. If there's a story, I have yet to find it. But we're just basically making money, taking apart boats, and doing that kind of thing. It's kind of like Crime Scene, but the murders are boats. Yes. That the chicken noodle soup is surprising good. Yeah, I mean, it's genuinely not bad for you food. I'm eating good food. Like, we've had, tonight I'm having, it was pasta with pesto and chicken, as well as, I don't know what the seasoning is on the potatoes. They're like the little mini potatoes. So that's good stuff. Read the rest. Sick, especially if someone cares enough to make it for you. Yeah, no. I mean, two made me dinner. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, don't get me wrong, chicken noodle soup is usually your go-to for someone who's got, like, sore throat, sinus stuff, because it's fairly easy to eat. Like, it's not... Like, you don't want to eat something like fried chicken when your throat is killing you. Or like anything heavily breaded. It can be absolutely rough. Spicy can be good. I agree. When I'm having like a sinus thing, if I can get myself something really spicy, the way I kind of look at it, and this I can't back this up with any supporting evidence. It's definitely when you're like dealing with runny nose. If I can get something like properly spicy, I just see it as like getting as much of the stuff out all in one go. The spice must flow, yeah. Yeah, honey is really good for a sore throat. Gelatin agitates the raw feeling of a sore throat. I didn't know that. I'm not one who usually goes for gelatin anyways. But, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of things that, like, on the surface you'd think that would probably be good with this, and then you get it and just, you know, like, if you're dealing with some type of, like, tonsil inflammation, and you'd be like, oh, this is not mashed potatoes, don't, like a tomato. Like a tomato soup could agitate inflammation. So you'd be like, oh, you know, tomato soup. You know, dealing with like inflamed tonsils. Let me go and grab that, and then it makes it worse. Because tomato soup is extremely acidic. For the record, I freaking love tomato soup. Like tomato bisque, tomato soup with roasted peppers. And like it's generally good for you. It's just to be mindful it's very acidic, so if you got like a properly upset stomach, it can agitate it. Oh. Alleviates, not agitates. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's where I was like, huh, I hadn't heard that one. Because my thought is having something cool, not necessarily cold, but cool, and not having much texture to it would be good on a sore throat. It's why a lot of the soups that you get recommended when you got a sore throat are very heavy on the broth side, or they're on the creamy side. You know, you don't get recommended, hey, go have some chili for your sore throat, or go have some what is it, Mind Stone? It's very chunky, it's like a stew. Yeah, no, I love me some tomato soup, but yeah, no, it's when you're dealing with like inflammation and soreness, tomato can be an agitant. I'm sure we're going to be missing so much of the scrap because of this. I think we even tested in the demo, or like, not the demo, like the super duper early access version, we tested that exact same thing. And it played out exactly the same, where a lot of the scrap got dropped, some of it got into the area out there. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, when you scrap the ship, it just deletes anything you've missed out of existence. Which is just a way to deal with not running into a situation where you end up with, infinite objects that eventually your game starts running horribly because there's, several thousand chunks of metal below the map or whatever. It's a safety cleanup thing. we're not going to go too far. Just taking a quick look around. Do I see any obvious piles? Not really. I think that's a piece over there. And that's a piece over to the left as well. Got another one back here. I'm not looking to be flawless. I'm just trying to get the obvious stuff that we dumped everywhere. Alright. Game needs scrap vision. Well, they have a scanner, but it doesn't quite do that. Regardless, it's okay. Our truck currently has about 45,000 pounds worth of stuff in the back. And I don't see any of the scrap that managed to escape being dropped in here. So we're just gonna go for this real quick. Boom, take it. I'm not playing your minigame for the next half hour. Because I don't really enjoy the minigame too much. Once again, I forgot to turn in the contracts before I cashed out. It's fine. It's a little extra money we missed on. Okay. So, before we claim any money, let's do our upgrades. So as I mentioned, I think these two are my primary concerns. Let's pop over here and see if I can't buy more, let's see if we can't... Oh! What is that? We actually have gloves. We're finally wearing real gloves. Okay, so we got tier 5 of that, and now we're going to start filling in some of the gaps here. And we are out of cash. Wait, what are you waving around? So we actually have a hand sledge. We have a respectable looking grinder. Our butane torch still looks pretty cursed. The radio didn't change at all because why would... Ah! So we've got a sharpened piece of metal for our rope now. Cool. Alright. So let's buy our next boat. And then we'll go and see what next upgrades we can go ahead and get queued up. Alright, so we finished with the Caroline, so let's scrap that. And the next up will be the Snopcoach, or whatever that is. So that said 16 destructibles. I'm assuming destructibles are high-value cargo. So now we can go over here. That's not where I need to go. I did that last time as well. And let's buy more blueprints. And I genuinely do feel like we continue to upgrade what we've got there. Cool. Because how long the cleanup takes afterwards. It's not that I want to completely neglect the other things, but we do want to probably put more time into the gloves and the boxes. Alright. And we got ourselves a brand new ship. So it looks like it's the back half of another ship. So same rough size as the previous one. But I can see that there's an electrical hazard on that second floor up there. And it looks like there's just more to it than the other one. So same rough size, more things to deal with. So let's start tidying up all of this. I'm so amused that it literally just sprinkles debris on the ground in the area. Okay, so we've got a stairwell over there. We've got more stuff to pull up back here. We've got a cage we can cut apart in a couple of places. Then we had this side room over here that we didn't finish cleaning up. Is there no way into this spot? Oh, no, there we go. Cool. Alright, I think that's the entire bottom floor checked out. Okay, and we've got the equipment in that middle space there. Alright. Yeah, so for once, this ship seems like it's mostly intact, other than, like, it seems like someone took a ship that's in perfectly good working order and then just hacked the thing in two. Okay, we got a craneable back here. All right. So many things to deal with. Oh, we could just poke through here. Congratulations, you found the pirate. I'm pretty sure the last descriptor we found was the pirate. The clashes of glasses during toasts on board of ship is regarded by sailors and former sailors as a very bad omen. They are believed that the distinctive, protracted sound of glass could be a harbinger of misfortune that could affect the entire crew. Cool. Let's see. Is this the boat where the front fell off? Yeah, something like that. Okay. So let's start trying to locate all these stuff that can be destroyed. And deal with getting that out of here first. I don't actually know the rules of everything that can and can't be destroyed. I'm pretty sure anything you have to crane away that isn't just like the final structure of the boat makes the cut. I'm pretty sure... Oh, you know what? That thing might be able to be destroyed. Whereas I'm pretty sure the rest of this tower is just metal. Okay. Yeah, so that's all just metal up here. Okay, so let's peek in here. I've got nothing inside that section. I've got more junk to pick up in here, but nothing that I have to worry about breaking, I don't think. Apparently I missed a lot of this area. Okay, so we got an electrical power source over there. Pipe hazard. You can find gas pipes on ships. Destroying them before the gas is turned off will result in an explosion that will destroy a large part of the ship and cause a loss of valuable materials. So then my assumption is close valve. Okay, so we're bleeding off the extra gas. And then I can't turn it back on. All right. So yeah, that looks like it's probably okay. I should be able to get this out of here. Yeah, so I have to tear that out as well. Get back up top here. Slightly too much for me to carry. Yeah, and the other time we had one set up like this, I went over to that far end and I just knocked out the wall, but that wall is electrified. I'm sure I'm gonna have to go like a little bit wide of it, bust through the wall to get to it, or drop into it from above. Because yeah, you can see that whole wall is electrified. Or not, that whole room appears to be electrified. Okay. Yeah, so the whole room is electrified over there. Good enough. Okay, so it looks like what I gotta do is below me is the electrified room. So I'm gonna drop in here. And now we're not electrified. Meanwhile, I do see that there's good salvage in there, so let's clear that out. Alright, so we are tapping these all out in one go, so that I'm happy we got that upgrade. Alright. So let's get all of you cleaned up. Yeah, good enough. And... Alright, so you gotta get out of here. And with that, we should have clearance to get this goodies out of here. Okay. So let's find our next set of goodies. We already got that room sorted. I keep finding rooms that I haven't fully cleared the junk out of. The ship is very maze. Alright, nothing here. Nothing there. So I think this floor is clear of destructibles. And I'm pretty sure the floor above it was also clear of destructibles. Let's just double check that. No sense in destroying goodies that we don't need to. Okay, yeah, so these two floors, I'm satisfied. Destructible free. So let's go down to second floor. And see what destructibles we have on this floor. It's a big open area there. I closed the valve. I closed the valve. Okay. I hate it. I was definitely sitting there going, but I closed the valve. It should be safe. I did the thing the game told me to. Don't punish me. Alright, so there's stuff in this room that I didn't find a way into. So I'm gonna hate Kool-Aid my way in here. I hate these pipes so much. Like, I get it. You would still have gas in the line, and sure, it doesn't go to the tank, so it doesn't explode. But also, seeing a pipe rapidly spilling fire out of it really does not make you feel comfortable. Most games, that's the indicator you're about to get exploded. I see. Let's see. I'd be more nervous if it wasn't on fire, because then it would have to worry about where the gas is going, the potential bomb it would create. Well, there was a gas canister. And you can also, like, in real life, if you cut a gas line, you're like, oh crap, it's a gas line, and nothing happened. You'd be like, okay, someone just didn't turn on the valve, or, you know, or like it's long since run out of gas. Alright, so we need to make room above you. Because then we can get these out of here. Let's see. I mean, Bee Warden in real life, leaner mixture then will hold the flame, still explode once it hits pressure. It was looking like a game, but you wait for it to go on sale. Yeah, no, I'd probably wait for it to go on sale. Like, it's not been a bad game or anything, but it is buggy. So just be aware it is buggy. We've had 3 or 4 crashes tonight. The good news is only one of our crashes did we seem to lose any progress at all. And that one we did only lose, you know, maybe 5-10 minutes. Okay. But yeah, it has been fun. All right. Good night, Space Case. It's been good having you. All right, so let's go through here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Because I know I need to clear out at least this far. To make room for craning those out. Oh. So start cleaning up all of that. Okay, that might be enough. I might also have to get rid of those rails. The handrails there. Because yeah, the plan is to extract all of the valuable stuff first. And then like we've been doing before, just after we've got all the valuables, just start chopping it away from all the sides of the boat until the whole thing implodes. Well, that's not what I wanted. It's what I did. So you wish you loved real life chores as much as video game chores. Well, the thing about the video game chores is usually the difference between like where you hear people it's like, oh man, why would you play like you could be doing that job as real as a real job. And you look at what you're discussing and you play something like Farm Sim. So Farm Sim as a video game is a lot of fun. I mean, at least it's fun for me. I know some people it's not their jam because it's a bit too relaxed or whatever you want to go. But it's just one of those things that you go, yeah, as a video game, you don't have paperwork you have to deal with. You're not like getting all sorts of grime and stuff on your nails and like constantly dirty. Nothing like everything doesn't smell like fertilizer and all that. So it's just one of those things that you're getting rid of all of the parts of the job that people tend not to like. And keeping the stuff that people tend to actually like. So like for Trucking Simulator, for example, you can go and it's not like suddenly you end up having to worry about going to jail or being seriously injured if you cause a serious traffic accident. In real life, those are things you gotta worry about. So you have to be extra vigilant and make extra sure you obey the rules of the road and whatnot. And then in actual trucking, you've got to verify that the person you're delivering the stuff to is the correct person when you get there. You've got to, fill out the paperwork. You got to deal with people, being like, hey, wait, this isn't what we wanted. You have to sit around and wait for the warehouse people to finish emptying your vehicle. You've got all sorts of other nonsense you got to deal with. There's just so much not the driving part that gets in the way. Usually you chatting with those folks who ask, do you watch sports? Why aren't you playing professional sports? You could just go do it, right? Exactly, that's a good one. Tell that to people who get stuck under low bridges around here. Papers, Please, the most, almost all paperwork. I love that game. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's gamified. They take a lot of the bad parts of paperwork and they get rid of it in favor of having it, you know, fairly straightforward and fun and interesting. Versus like actual paperwork is definitely not any of those things. Where you have to sit there and be like, okay, and go, all right, well, what was your income from this type of revenue source for the last year? And you're like, man, I don't know. And then you have to go and, you know, look that up, and you'll be like, okay, but does this or that qualify? I'm not sure. Let me go ahead and start, like, looking up whether or not this qualifies or not. And then you're staring at it going, I don't know if I filled this out right. And then having to, you know, verify with our source. Okay. So I've got those panels up one more floor I need to deal with. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Alright, so we go over here, climb up these stairs, and then this is the area that's the problem. Okay, it's not quite far enough. I need to get in here, so let's pop this wall panel off. There. So I've hacked off enough of that I should be able to crane those out now. Yeah, I've heard of, Not Tonight, which, like, yeah, that you play as a bouncer at a nightclub. I've heard good things about that one. I haven't played that one. I think I might even own that. I might have gotten that through Humble Bundle. But it's been in my, like, list of games to check out. Because I remember there was one that's Paper Please, and then there was another one which is, like, Not Tonight, which is, again, you play as a bouncer and you're trying to genuinely keep the place safe or whatever, as, like, various stuff happens. And then I remember there's another one that looks almost exactly like Not Tonight, but instead you're, I believe, a serial killer, and you're trying to get away. I can't remember if you're a serial killer or whatever, but you're trying to get away with doing some really awful things there. I didn't get into Contraband Police nearly as much. But that had to do with the whole, like, you would drive around a little ways, and when you would do that, like, you just randomly have people popping out of the woodworks with assault rifles constantly. And it was just like, okay. You know, even when I was doing fine against it, it's like, but this is, like, really annoying me. And I understand they've made lots of improvements to that kind of stuff since I played it. But it was like, just the driving around and being under constant assault was just really getting tiresome. Okay, so we've got those two valuables. Let's see what other valuables we've got down here. So that's the other side of that cage, so we're good there. We got the middle room here, which has that giant thing in the middle. I don't think there are any valuables over here. Is there an... Oh, no, that's where the cutout is, where the stairs are. Okay. Yeah, so that's the other stairwell here. So it looks like we're down to this floor, which leaves me with this giant monstrosity. That'll be fun. And then the other side of that was our gas lines and all that. Yeah, we have some other valuable salvage right here. Oh, the good news is that salvage looks like it's easy to get at. Okay. So we got more materials. Still driving around bits. The weakest part for you, the game, was you just loved like looking for drugs in the cars. Let's see, no umbrellas allowed is another one. You run a second-hand store and investigate objects people bring in and confirm information and negotiate prices. Yeah, no, I could get behind like a pawn shop thing, but like make it like actual pawn shops where actual pawn shops, if they end up buying stolen goods and basically, you know, someone reports or whatever, the pawn shop eats the loss. Like, a lot of them will have, like, insurance and all that. But, like, if a pawn shop is got, you know, what was stolen, it becomes evidence you don't get reimbursed for it. Is multiplayer live yet? I did see that there was a multiplayer option. We haven't tested it, though. And it might be just a US thing. Like, you know, obviously, where you are, rules around, like, are you obligated to, you know, hand stuff over, whatever, that varies. As far as, like, the pawn shop thing. But I think that would be an interesting mechanic where you run a pawn shop and just, you know, when someone comes in, you have to try and suss out, okay, is this stolen? Like, is this something I could sell? And, like, you can never be truly 100% sure it's not. But there is stuff you can do to mitigate risk. And the more sus stuff, you can do stuff like negotiate down the price kind of thing. That way, if it does end up being stolen, you'll hopefully take less of a hit. Because also those things in real life, if something's stolen, a person is more likely to accept a much lower rate for the stolen good than if it was something they were actually trying to pawn. Like, just because they needed the money or whatever. Alright. Let's see, you had a friend get a nasty surprise with that. By the time they found out which pawn shop sold, it was already sold. And that was considered a legitimate purchase. Yeah, no, at that point it's kind of seen as too little too late. Versus like, because at that point someone legitimately purchased it. And there's things that people do to like con and scam around stuff and with that, you know, intermediaries and all that. And that's another one that, again, that's based on where I'm at. Your mileage may vary where you're at. What is still holding you in? I would like you to be broken now. Is it just a really big piece? All right. Because I'm trying to knock out the floor here. Okay, so that rail down there is still in the way. I suspect this is too. Okay. Alright, so you're still definitely in the way here. And that's still in the way up there. I need to actually use that. Okay, so we still need to get this spot over here cleared out. Oh, I almost forgot about you. I was one tile off of accidentally destroying that. You need to go to bed with this oddly enthralling. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a catharsis with this. That's what fences do. They sell it on to others to get it into the market as legit purchases. By the way, are you sure there's nothing craneable above? Just tuned in on the first message. Yeah, and that's, I was not sure. So the crane should pull it up, and once we get the crane pulled up, I should be able to... get all this out of the way. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's fine. Okay, just trying to clear up all the stuff above that. Cool. Alright, so. Could probably get close enough to knock that out. Man, there's still so much ship above it. Definitely flubbed that. Now, granted, I probably could knock out the supports of the area above it and get rid of it that way. But, you know. Okay. Oh, there we go. I think this one might still be in the way. And we can go through that. Oh, weirdly, it's being held up by that spot over there. Okay. So these two tiles might be in the way. And then this tile might be in the way. Trying to navigate around here with all the debris piling up. Oh, you hang out back here. That is not part of what I thought. Okay, that's fine. We'll deal with it. I mean, very honestly, I probably should just smash all the supporting structure here. And just collapse the entire top of the boat on it. Okay. All right, let's tidy up this crap for a little bit. Yeah, no, that's I've tested that already. Like, I know it works, but it's like visually I can see a bunch of it as is. Oh, that's kind of annoying. I just missed it from where I was looking at from up there. I didn't see that I was down here. Times are tough. Even Spider-Man needs a side hustle. Yup. Imagine whatever this thing is, it's probably worth a lot for how much they buried it in here and how big it is, knowing you're gonna have to clear all of this out of the way. Okay. Yeah, so I still have substructure over top. And it looks like with the glove upgrade, I might be up to 3 pieces I'm picking up at once. Alright. Okay, is that all of the stuff I got dropped in there? Nope, there's one more. Oh, I have to disconnect it first. Oh, you are welded in here. I haven't had one welded into the bottom yet. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. So I need to get up here. And then it was... that. I got one tile up there. Oh, it's got another spot over on that edge. Probably circle around to get up there. I don't know if I can grapple to that, but we're gonna find out. Okay, so I can grapple to walls. We can make this work. And there. Cool. So now all I need to do is clean up all the junk I've dumped onto it, and it's good to get out of here. And I believe that's the last of the big, expensive, whatever you want to call it, cargo. The valuable stuff. And then from there I can just disassemble what's left of the ship. And we should be good. Alright. The truck is like a bag of holding? Yes. This actually is not that bad. We only have about 15,000 pounds on it. The last one I think we finished with, was it 44,000 pounds? On the truck itself, not counting any of the stuff like on the crane or whatever. Oh, wait, one more. There we go. And I believe it is time for disassembly. So I'm just going to do a lap around here, smacking all these out. Where I'm going to just go over here, we're going to knock all of these free. To detach them from the side of the boat. Okay. And I need to go to this side and give it a little tap. Apparently they're all just going to stay up there, that's fine. Cool. Alright, let's double check because I got this side to still clear out the rest of the way over here. Okay, so I think I've got this detached from the outside of the boat along the top area. Let's go ahead and knock this one off, because we had a weird one with the last one, where it still counted as detached despite not being detached because it was, like, close enough. Alright, so now we want to go to the bottom and do the same. Just gonna do this one spot real fast versus fighting with the ladder. Cool. And I'll go around the other way and detach it from this side. Let's see, a 40-foot container is allowed to be 30,000 kilograms, 60,000 pounds, and a couple of thousand empty, so it's not unreasonable, the size of the truck at low speeds off-road. Yeah, I'm more concerned about not the volume capacity. I'm more concerned about, like, the truck itself. like having this on the back, you know, having like 40,000 pounds on the truck, not counting its own weight. I don't think you're gonna find most standard like trucks, even that one being a working truck, designed to accommodate that much weight just hucked on the back of it. Like that's more my concern is, would the axles and suspension handle that? Let's get this out of here real quick, so you can actually pick up stuff so you can see what I'm doing. Because like that isn't like a heavy duty dump truck or something like that. That is a pickup someone put a cage on the back of. Like it's a big pickup. Like to be clear, it isn't you know a little dinky one. But you'd be surprised if you put 10 tons of truck. Yeah, that's my thought is like, the truck itself wouldn't be able to handle the weight would be my concern. Alright, so let's go ahead and clean all this up. That's the roughly 22,000 kilograms. It's an armored military vehicle weight. Yeah, and usually those armored military vehicles have some major modifications to them. Even if they are ultimately based off a, like the ones that are based off of, you know, just regular civilian vehicles, it's usually after they've had some massive overhauls. You don't grab a Ford F-150, slap some armor plates on it as is, and be like, roll. The truck is just going to make sad, grindy noises, and probably not run very long. Bearcat's only 8,000 kilograms. I have no idea what a Bearcat is. I'm assuming a truck from context. Okay. Alright, so we have detached everything from the outside. Just double checking. Yeah, that's all collapsed, so it's not connected. That's all collapsed, it's not connected. Okay, so we are disconnected from the outside of the whole thing. So let's start breaking every joint we can. And see if this goes a little bit better than the last time. When I said it was a hand sledge, this is just a full-blown sledge. It makes me wonder what the bigger ones are. Am I just gonna get like a cartoonishly large sledgehammer? Okay. That's already dealt with on that side. Alright, I think that's all of this down here? No. This room we didn't finish. Oh, there's a crash. Did I mention the game had some stability issues? Alright. Looks like a lightly armored vehicle. Gotcha. Okay, so let's bring the game back up. Yep, fatal error. Game dead. Okay. So let's see how far we lost. It's also sleepy looking 11 kilogram animal. Alright. So we need to bring our truck back into position. Like I said, we haven't had it set me back too far. Yeah, like it looks like the entire exterior area is still knocked out. You look at that, that's all knocked out. Okay, so it's about halfway through clearing the bottom floor that we last had an in-game save. So unfortunately, I do have to, like, knock these out again. That's not too terrible. Especially with these being one tap now. And those are already knocked out. Okay. I believe we got that cage in the back to deal with. What did I hear? It's not Terry Blue? I don't know. But yeah, the point is the auto-saving is very frequent and doesn't seem to make the game hang much. So even though it has been a bit crashy, like, it's only costing me 5-ish minutes each time it does. Alright, so let's walk up here and go pop. And just let this cascade for a minute. I don't think it's going to take the whole thing down. But it is clearing up a lot of stuff. Oh, come on. So I'm trying to see is back here where we got these ones that are still supported. We gotta find the still supported rooms. Oh. That's what we're looking for, is those ones that are still supported. We want to keep destroying those, because those will definitely keep things held up. That's a real bad throw on my part. Yeah, it's doing the weird thing where sometimes I have to find different positions to hit those from. Okay, those are the only ones that got held up on that side, with those ones mounted in the middle there. Oh, we got some walls falling down. Interesting that that one still is marked as connected. I heard a really loud bang, and I was like, wait a second, what's making the really loud bang? Because sooner or later, we're gonna find that last spot that's holding it all up. And then it's all gonna come apart. I imagine, so I'm trying to think of what other upgrades you could do for like the hammer and all that. Like you could make it swing faster and sure, that's straightforward enough. The other one you could do is potentially have an area of effect or whatever. Okay. So we got more that are supported from below. Let's get rid of those. Okay. Okay, so we got a bunch of supports knocked out over here. I got a little spot over here that's still being held up, and another one over there. So I don't think that's holding anything up. Yeah, it's got some big braces in there, so... Okay. We'll do the same thing as last time. I'm just gonna start knocking panels out of the back. Because we had a random panel I knocked out of back here. And then that happened. And solved. Alright, Solabs, you have a good one. I appreciate the lurk. Okay. And now we just do cleanup. And this time, I'm going to try and remember the contracts. Don't worry about that. Because the last two times, I accidentally sold everything. And didn't complete the contracts. And I'm willing to bet there's achievements knocked behind the contracts. The good news is all I have to do is then repeat the thing and try to do the contract again. That's been pretty... I've been enjoying this tonight. You should have backed the truck up before doing that. I should have backed the truck into the ship. Oh. I don't think that would work. I mean, in real life there's a certain logic there that all stuff falls in there. So let's go turn in our contracts right now and not wait, because I will absolutely, without question, forget. So I want to run over here and do that right now. There's a good chance I'll turn in two of them and be like, nope, you don't have enough for the last one. But that's fine. Okay, so contracts, claim. Yep, that's 60 bucks. Claim, that's 75 bucks. Claim, that's 150 bucks. Yeah, so if I do all of the contracts for a mission, I do get an achievement for it. So it will be one of those things that if I do decide to try and 100% the game later, I will need to circle back to those 2 that I accidentally sold the stuff versus, you know, turning in the contracts. I'll have to go back and redo them. I won't do that on stream, though. That's definitely the kind of stuff to do on my own time, if I care about it. We'll see how far we get. It's one of those things that I have to look at the achievements, because there's a lot of games that have achievements that are like, play 1,000 hours, and you'll have finished everything in the game in like 40. And you kind of look at that and go, no, I'm good, man. Or, you know, win 100 multiplayer matches, and, you know, multiplayer matches takes you, like, 30, 40 minutes, and, you know, it's only counting the wins on top of that, and you're like, nah, man, that is just a whole lot of time. Or never die in the whole game? So, never die in the whole game, it depends on the game. I do enjoy a good, hardcore mode thing, but then there's the kind of games that you'll just die to RNG sometimes. And those ones, the not dying in a whole game, if it's not a short game, can be pretty awful. If it's a game that you knock out around in like 30 minutes or an hour or whatever, that's a different story. Because that one's like, okay. But yeah, now if you're talking like, you're gonna burn 40, 50, 60 hours in a run, and RNG is gonna kill you every so often. Yeah. Like Project Zomboid I don't mind, because even though it is, you know, easy to get yourself killed, it's one of those things that Project Zomboid is very, very fair. In all my time playing, which is thousands of hours, I think there's maybe like 1 or 2 deaths I could attribute to a bug. And usually that was dealing with mods, not usually the game itself. Now there's definitely deaths I could attribute to like weird hitboxes and stuff like that that are very feel-bads, man. Like the fountains and all that are around the actual area they occupy so far as blocked terrain is square. So you'd think you're gonna walk around it, and instead you just get caught on the, you know, the invisible corner. And with everything being as one mistake kills you, that's enough to get you killed. Or like I remember in one of the schools I went to run past a zombie, I went to run along the lockers, and it has the same thing where the locker takes up about half a tile, but its hitbox is actually the full tile. So you look at it, it looks like you have plenty of room to get around, and yet you get stuck on it. Alright. I imagine these ships get absolutely huge. Like, I'm assuming, like, towards the end game, you get, like, literally a full, like, cargo ship. Speaking of Zomboid, are you joining Snoot in her next HOA battle? So, we were talking about it. The issue was scheduling, because I was supposed to be flying out to TwitchCon, well, actually to visit family and then TwitchCon in, like, 2 days. That has unfortunately changed because COVID things. I am still testing positive of COVID right now, and I'm still very low energy and all that, as much as it doesn't seem on stream. Like, yesterday's stream, I ended stream and I just about passed out. Like, and it wasn't me pushing really hard. I was like, okay, I'm doing fine. And like, the moment I wasn't on, it just all hit me, and I was like, oh, I went too long. So as originally, we couldn't come up with a schedule where everyone could make it. Because I tend to stream on the later half, which I wouldn't mind starting I will end up starting a little bit early to accommodate. But it's just I couldn't get it this way. But the intention is that I would join them at some point. But we had planned for me to join them, and it's just a matter of, you know, the people already there versus my own schedule. We weren't able to find an overlapping time. But I do intend on joining at some point. It sounds like a really cool thing. Which the worst thing is I have been coming up with all sorts of ideas because I don't want to do anything that's like way over the top awful that it wouldn't be reasonable for not a new player. I wouldn't say any of them are new, but like, you know, someone who hasn't been in Project Zomboid, learned the mechanics in like great detail would pick up on. But I've got a lot of ideas for stuff that's really subtle. You know, so it wouldn't be stuff that'd be very outright, but it'd be subtle things that, like, you would depend on something and that thing wouldn't work out, and it wouldn't kill you outright, but it would put you off balance, as it were. And the only reason I'm not saying is I know multiple of the people have literally been in the channel today, so I don't want to spoil the plans of how I'm going to go after them. I will say my intention of the character I play is to be a very helpful neighbor. I will go out of my way to do what I can to help everyone, but you know, maybe not all my help is created equal. Maybe some of that help is not actually the most helpful, but for that to sell, you know, I've got to actually legitimately help too. So people are wanting to trust, and I'm not going to just poison people, to be clear. Sometimes help is a hindrance. Yeah, sometimes help is just plain malicious. But yeah, so I'm not gonna just like make something and poison it or whatever. Because one, like, unless you get a mod that hides the poison icon, it's gonna be pretty obvious when I hand you food. It's got a little green skull on it that's like, yeah, you know, don't worry about it. It's probably fine. And I know for sure if someone hands me a mushroom and says it's safe, I am not trusting that. But there are things you could do to sabotage stuff, which they won't even, like, they'll use stuff and they won't even realize it's sabotaged until things go wrong. And I will leave it at that. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? Alright, so I'm trying to clean up all of this stuff until we at least get to the weld points. And then when I get to the weld points, I'll cut the boat apart. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm still dealing with not quite being at full. That is clearly a plate that is being weird. Hopefully that doesn't prevent me from picking up the rest of it. But I'm definitely dealing with still being sick and all that, which is not a whole lot of fun. But it's been going good otherwise. Like, the big bummer is I did have to cancel my travel plans to go visit family. I'm still going to TwitchCon because that's still like a week off. You started under Rebel Star quest in No Man's Sky, and you have to say pirates or something else. I'm trying to remember that one. I know we did a lot of the quest lines. There's probably quest lines I've missed in that game. Could removing the sidewalls be a good strategy in that? Well, I mean, I've already removed the sidewalls. If you mean this, the sidewalls there are attached to the bottom. Oh, removing early? The only problem is you have valuable cargo that can be damaged. And if you remove the floor from that, it gets destroyed. But yeah, no, clearing out, like, so you have a gap in between here, that wouldn't necessarily be bad. The strange signal source and the abandoned solar ship. Yeah, I think I've done that one. I don't remember it, though. Like, I remember finding the solar ship just out in space and following through with it, all that. Yeah, no, like I said, the good news is for it, like, my symptoms are very mild. It's mostly just been the foggy head and low energy. Like, I've got a slight sore throat, but it's really not bad. If it was bad, I wouldn't be able to stream. I mean, the energy can be a little bit rough, but it ain't worse there. It's just the family I was going to go visit. One of my family members has fairly severe cerebral palsy and is very immunocompromised. That even stuff as simple as like a cold can be potentially dangerous. So, you know, it's just not worth risking it. Yeah, seems like a major wild goose taste. Yeah, I vaguely remember running around all that. Let's see, for some reason you forgot they attached the bottom of the hull? Yeah, no, it's not surprising. Like, you'd imagine you could cut it away in some manner or another. Because if we've got, you know, blowtorches that we could cut through steel struts and all that, going to the exterior hull and just cutting down a side, it'd be slow, but you'd be able to do it. Okay. Alright, so there's the cut point I need to cut back to, or get back to. If I clear all the way back to that cut point, then I could call in the crane and tear away a third of the ship. I mean, a little bit over a third of the ship. Yes, I would say, for now, honestly, the cardboard box, or the box, not cardboard box. The box is probably my biggest. Hold up. All right. Because yeah, in reality, this ship is not being held together by one weld point like that. They do go along all of those exterior panels and weld them all together and rivet them, and they, you know, go and do the seal the words. They make sure it's all sealed up and everything. And normally in ships like this, you will have an exterior space that you can crawl through to patch up leaks and all that from the inside. Now granted, not all of them are particularly easy to access. Some of them are all sealed off, so really they will still just, minor leak, they'll still just go back to port and patch it up there. But usually you have lots of ways to get around. At least I can't speak for like military ships or anything like that. At least that's the way like the older ships used to operate. Because I remember that was one of the interesting things, was like getting to see the blueprints for like the Titanic and all that. All right, so we should be good. Connectors. Oh right. Weirdly, this connector counts. It's just it's too much weight on the other side of that connector. Cannot handle. All right. Let's see. People say PS5 Pro is going to be announced today. What do you think about that? I have not used a console of any kind in probably close to 10 years. I very, very briefly used a Nintendo DS that I got a hold of like on the super cheap because it had been used and all that for one of the Pokemon games that I was going to, like, the intention was to play with my brothers, and that one didn't end up working out because it was too much of a hassle to set up the multiplayer. But otherwise I haven't, so, you know, cool to anyone who uses the PlayStation Pro and all that. But for me personally, it doesn't mean anything one way or the other. Like, I got no problem with console systems or anything. I'm like, or I don't, you know, poo-poo on them or anything like that. You know, playing whatever you want to play your games on. But for me personally, it's just not something I keep up with. computers are expensive enough, and I need them for the types of work I've done throughout my whole life, so I'm just gonna buy the computer. Because, like, I even sat there and looked at the Stream Deck, and I've heard nothing but good things about the Stream Deck. Or Stream Deck. Steam Deck. Steam Deck. I've heard nothing but good things about it. And I honestly debated buying it at one point. And then I kind of sat there and was like, you know, I got the DS, and I found I just really didn't enjoy it, mostly because it was just tiny little screen and everything. Yeah, it was really good because it was mobile. Oh, I forgot there's that area in the back here. But just in practice, I just didn't end up using it. It was kind of like, oh yeah, it's convenient, but am I going to actually use it? You know, probably not none, but probably not enough to justify spending the money. Yeah, I forgot there's like this ledge back here. Computers could do more console? Yeah, that's basically what it is. The way I kind of look at it is, for a lot of the dev work I've done in throughout my life, I need a fairly powerful computer to make it not frustrating. And so I'm going to have a powerful computer for my career. And that powerful computer can also play games just like a console can. So I've already had to spend the money. I'll just... Like, I honestly look at today's consoles as just another form of computer. It's really the way I look at it. So I can see if you aren't someone who needs a powerful computer to work on like dev work or art or anything like that, then by all means, a console makes a whole lot of sense. Or if you just want the convenience of a console, that's honestly a completely valid reason to get one as well. But for me, it's just... They're heckin' expensive, man. There's no way to go around it. They're heckin' expensive. I remember being excited that me and my brothers saved up like all of our allowances, kids and all that, and did a bunch of extra stuff around to make, you know, a couple bucks here and there and all those kind of stuff, and got super excited because we saved up money to buy the Super Nintendo. And it was a big deal to us that we get the new system. It wasn't like when it came out or anything. It was a while after it came out. We had saved up the money for the new Super Nintendo when it was all that, and we put all that work into making it happen. And it was a big deal. And that was like what, $150, $200 back then, and that was considered very expensive for the time. And then you look at some of the game systems now, and they're like $700, $800 for the game system. You can get like the minimum version for like $500. But let's be real, the minimum version, you've got to get upgrades to play half the games you're gonna want to play. So it's just one of those things. It's really, really hard to do that. Mac is PC hardware. You can even dual boot them. Yeah. Yep. That was one of the jokes for a while. Is the best Windows PC or the best Windows laptop you could get for a long while was the MacBook Pro. That's been a pretty long time since that was true. But that was always the joke. You need to use the crane again? Nah, I got off of it in time. Okay. Cool, so we did get credit for the last of the steel. And we get our payout for the 65,000 pounds of stuff. Okay. So we already finished our contracts. So let's run over here and upgrade our glove and boxes as much as we can. Starting to get pricey. Man. So that's just upgrading our pickup speed. So That's nice and all, but that's not as important as a lot of the other things. So still, let's close that, run over here, spend a little bit of our money. There we go. Spend a little bit of our money over here. Okay, so that would be the next one for more items. And then we won't have enough money for any more of the upgrades. Okay. Let's see if we can upgrade the gloves. No, wait, we already checked that, didn't we? Yeah, so we couldn't do that. And that didn't have an upgrade ready. The hammer's already upgraded. We haven't been using the saw hardly at all. So we've upgraded that twice. Okay. And I think we'll sell the rest of the stuff. Hey, that actually looks like a respectable torch. Why do we have it? But yeah, no, when you're buying consoles nowadays, instead of... It used to be the consoles were a cheap way to get, you know, something that could run games, and these days it's kind of gone the other direction, that consoles are becoming more... Well, I mean, other than Nintendo prices have been coming down, but like other than Nintendo, a lot of the things have just kept getting more and more expensive, and it makes it harder and harder and harder to justify. Okay, so we bought the one that was 75 bucks, so let's scrap that. And how am I doing on time, by the way? We're doing fine. Probably got enough for like one more large ship, so we can go down here. I wonder why that has a check mark next to it. So if we look up here, so yeah, so the largest boat they have is a full-blown large bulk carrier. And for context, it looks like what we're taking apart is just that last little back piece. Contracts? Yeah, but I did the contracts on these ones too. So that makes me curious. All right, so let's get the slippery herring. Let's see, consoles underpriced hardware to make money on software. Better deals than PC. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like I said, there's certainly a convenience side that shouldn't be ignored. Oh, look, Thor wants to get stuff from us. There's definitely a convenience side that shouldn't be ignored as a value of consoles. Hey, I think I found the problem with your boat. I think I found the... Wow, that is all electrified. Okay. But yeah, you should really have the middle part. The middle part of your boat does feel like it's kind of important. All right. Hey, SP Far, how's it going? Great white whale took a bite out of it. Something. There's just like a big chunk of the middle of the ship missing. Okay. That's power off on that fuel line, and I'm deeply concerned by the fact that I see several fuel lines going off of that in different directions. I'm having a feeling there's going to be 2 or 3 separate fuel lines in here and separate electric grids. Because we already saw that the cage on the opposite side also had a electricity going through it. Okay. The good news is this one really is not hard to find my way around. Yep. I am observing. Did I not see stairs? I don't think I did see stairs. Now, it's not that big a deal. We still have a couple options that I could grapple hook up. I could also look. There's usually a ladder on the outside. Let's check the other side just to see if there is. Is stuff like that. Alright, so it is a grapple hook situation. Okay, so first floor seems relatively clear. Yep, so we've got gas lines going up through here. Okay. So far, I've not found anything breakable, though. Which is interesting to me. I'm sure there will be some on here. Yeah, I saw one right there. Just one moment. Alright, the boat is over on this side. Or not. I'm on the boat. The truck is on that side. Okay. So we've got a couple... Alright, so we've got a ton of things on this floor that can be destroyed. So I've got 2 things of cargo here. I've got 2 sets of various systems here, which I'm not entirely sure what they are off the top of my head. That's fine, I'll clean it up later. Oh, never mind, it went in. More fuel lines going literally everywhere on this place. We've got the multiple sets of winches on here. There's more cargo on that far end over there. Not entirely sure what that is, but okay. Okay, so I can take stuff apart on there. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so this whole thing can be cut off. So now we get to have the nervous thing. So, like I said, I have removed... or I have turned off the valves on both of the fuel canisters on the bottom floor. So we should be good there. So let's start getting all of this out of here. That's okay. It's not what I meant to do, but it is what I did. One moment. Okay, give me 2 seconds to adjust my AC real fast. Because it is getting hot up here, so I'm assuming my AC decided that it was like, hey man, let me save you power. Would you like me to save you power? Let me go ahead and turn up your heat to the sun. That'll save you power, right? Okay. Let's see, they also carry lots of automatic hoses, barbed wire, mannequins, and like 8-man crew. A 60 adult dressed in hats and overalls. What? Let's see, your AC does that too. By shutting off. Gotcha, boss. Powering down, yeah. Hey, man. I heard electric bills are expensive. Have you considered not using electricity at all? No, actually, I'm quite fond of electricity. Could you not just shut off things? Alright. Honestly, I don't think any of these things get destroyed on the tower here. And honestly, I don't even think I need to worry about any of that. Like, that doesn't look like anything that gets destroyed either. So this is all fine here. These gas lines scare me, even though, like I said, I've turned them off, so they should be fine. And this is all fine. Alright, so the next thing is going to be to clear out above those. So I shouldn't have to go this far. Okay, and I don't think... Yeah, so I think that's all fine there. Cool. Yeah, because that's underneath the stairwell. So I think, honestly, we pick up the stairwell alone. That should resolve, like, this whole area. That should resolve that. That's what I thought. Is if I just did it that way, I wouldn't have to worry about the gas lines at all. Because we've already shut off the fuel to them, so they can't explode. They shouldn't be able to explode. So, there we go. Okay. But the only craneables get destroyed. Yeah. At least that's what I've been led to believe. There could be equipment that also gets destroyed, like computers and all that. I haven't tested that yet. But so far, the only thing I've verified gets destroyed is the craneables. And it's when you destroy what's underneath them that breaks them. If you destroy what's on top of them, it doesn't care. Now, the other thing it implied is if I were to cut a gas line before detaching it from the gas tank, or turning off the valve to the gas tank, in that scenario it implied that they would be destroyed, along with most of the salvage. Okay, so this needs to be gone as well. Up just right. There we go. Crane cannot reach load. I mean, I guess maybe the gas line is the problem. And I hate this part. Because that's fine. It's okay. As much as I hate everything about what I'm seeing there, that's breaking each and every seam along the way. Because I killed the valve, it is alright. Because the crane is full now? No, it's not saying that. It's saying it's cannot reach it, which usually implies there's something above it. Oh, let's grab the fire alarm. Okay. I don't... Normally it blinks red whatever's in the way, so I'm a little caught off guard by the fact that it's just like, no, can't be done. Let's collapse this section right here. If I destroy all of these walls, and that should all come down. Oh, I missed 2 spots. 3 spots. There we go. What? Oh. Oh! Okay, it looked like some, like, robot thing. I was like, what on earth is that? Okay, that's fine. So it just threw me for a loop. Alright. So I'll pick up all this. Because what I'm going to continuously do is I'm just going to keep taking all of the structures above this thing apart until it's happy. And nothing is being flagged as red around it. Alright, I mean, I'm down to start breaking everything. I gotta be careful to keep that in place so that the floor can't be destroyed by it. There's a cardboard box on top of it. Oh. I'm sorry, the cardboard box is just too much. Crane could not handle it. Just straight up not possible. Madness, I say. Okay, well that taken care of. What is the room in here? Why am I not seeing a way in this space? Alright, well I don't know what that room is, so we're gonna find out. No, seriously, how many walls do I have to destroy to get in here? Oh, it's some weird middle room that has nothing else going on for it. Okay, sure. Riggers Union couldn't possibly move it by themselves. Look, man, safety first. Have you gotten a cardboard cut? It's genuinely painful. I wasn't really expecting the whole thing to come down, but I'm not really complaining either, so sure. Alright, there's nothing, I believe, up here more that we care about. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure the tower, which I think we already took down, I'm pretty sure the tower there doesn't actually have anything destructible. There's no craned goods on it. So I want to just knock all this down. So I'll take down this whole... Oh, did I miss one spot right there? There we go. Nope, that's not what I want. Alright. You're reading about paper cuts recently? Apparently the best thickness to cut you is 65 NM. Yeah, no, it's funny because like you look at the different types of cuts you get, and it's shocking how paper cuts are actually pretty awful. Like, as far as, like, the pain factor compared to a lot of other cuts. And it usually just has to do with because it's an abrasion cut versus, like, you know, like an actual, like, knife kind of thing. So it leaves a lot of the nerve endings intact and just sheared. Like, just shredded up. As opposed to, like, when you cut yourself with, like, an X-Acto knife or anything. You know, it tends to be a very clean cut kind of thing. Okay, and I'm taking a different approach where we are just taking this apart chunk by chunk. As opposed to the collapsing the whole thing and then spending half an hour cleaning up the mess. Which is working out in this case because I got room that I could reach my truck here super easily. The other ones I haven't been so lucky with a lot of the cases. Okay, so we got those things to get out of here. So I'm going to take the same approach we did with the other part, and I'm just going to collapse the roof on this. I need to keep those center ones intact. Watch till I've made a mistake and collapse the whole thing down. They sometimes zigzag entry wounds for keyhole surgery, etc. Yeah. Alright, so that's the outsides all knocked out. Alright. I must have missed a spot. Oh, I did miss a spot. There's a spot behind the machine in the corner there. That's not what I meant to do, it's what I did. I'll deal with that spot in just a moment. Let's clean up the mess that we got here. Alright, so I've got... all of this to clean up, and then we can crane these out of here. You got a little piece on you there, and you're good. Cool. And then this one. And go back to cleaning up real quick. Alright, so we got cargo up here. So let's... well, actually, we can get up there. There's a random cargo container in the back there. Congratulations, you found the fish trophy. The presence of priests aroused extreme emotions. Sailors considered black to be unlucky, and priests not only dressed in black, but they also made funerals difficult. If a sailor met a clergyman going in the same direction, it meant misfortune. After all, there were often funerals where priests went. I do like that they're getting into like all sorts of like sailing superstitions and all that. Like I've found some of it interesting because I know a couple of sailor superstitions, but I don't know that many. Gotta figure out what we can do to get around that spot. Cool. Don't worry about the fire, it's fine. Cool. And just like that, we get another whole section done. Now, I still are getting a ton of stuff down below as well. Oh, there it goes. It's because I was on it. Alright. And with that, we've got this being craned up. So let's get the next floor knocked out. Okay, weirdly can't break that. So I don't want to actually disassemble this until that crane gets that out of here. I can start knocking all the bolts out, but we don't want to smack it apart. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like in a lot of ways, you start this out the same way you do with Hard Space Shipbreaker, where you do a quick inventory and go, okay, like, what are the dangerous things here? And you diffuse what you can from the intro. Some things you can't, like usually a lot of the ships in Hard Space Shipbreaker, the reactor's buried in there so far, you just can't get to it right away at the beginning. So it's just kind of you avoid it until you've got enough cut away to give yourself a clean exit. It depends on the ship. Some of them are well designed where it's just like, okay, I could just sneak on around here, cut a few places, and yank the reactor real fast. But some they do bury the reactor in there so deep that's like, alright, I gotta basically take 2/3 of the ship apart before I can safely get that out of here. Okay. Oh, there's a little bit of wall over here. I understand. Destroy any heavy thing. So clearly I destroyed something of valuable. Oh, the craneable's still there? Yeah. It's fine. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I had thought I had destroyed one earlier, but I guess not since I just got the achievement. It's okay, like, we'll still make plenty of money. But it is what it is. It's a lot of value lost when that happens. Like, the game goes out of its way to warn you multiple times, be like, yo, be real careful, this stuff's bank. I'm not super worried about it. Most of these things are spending like $100 and walking away with $300-400, so losing, well, actually more than that because I'm also doing the upgrades. So it's not a big deal. And like the worst case, if I did manage to just destroy something, like if I exploded it and I took an actual loss in money, I do need to actually circle back to some of the earlier ones I didn't finish the challenges for, or the contracts for, whatever they're called. So I need to go and fix that. Yeah, it's a possibility that the destroying that means I won't get enough for the contracts. Like, I could see that being a thing. Alright, so this floor is all knocked out and finished. And that means I can't realistically destroy any more heavy cargo stuff because that's just not a thing to worry about. That's not helpful. Let's clean up this other one accidentally hucked off in the middle of nowhere. So I'm noticing this one doesn't have as many connection areas along the outside, which I'm all about. I partly want to pick up those fuel things just in case there is a thing, like, if you drop something heavy on it, it could still explode. I don't think that's the case, because it'd be too easy for things to go wrong that aren't really your fault. Just game physics being what they are. Alright. Honestly, with how much I've had to go, like, hitting the bottom sections of these before, I suspect I'm just gonna have to hit basically every one of these ones with the ones on the far outside. I'm just trying to clean up all these walls as much as we can. It'll save the floor for after. Okay. Just trashing all of this. What's the how are y'all doing? What was the name of the other game about destroying stuff you mentioned a few minutes ago? Heartspace Shipbreaker? It's similar idea, way more polished than this one. It's got a lot more story to it. And like it's definitely polished. It's spaceships though instead of like ships. It's definitely like if you had to choose between the two, I would definitely say it's the better of the two games. Because like I said, it's got some really amazing music to it. There's definitely a lot of really good story elements to it. It's got a lot of different mechanics to it, so in that one you do take damage as the player, and you will likely die a couple of times, either from going really fast and then smashing into something at speed, or accidentally getting yourself pulled into an incinerator, or electrocuted, or frozen, or the many other things that go awfully wrong. Drift out into space, run out of oxygen. It's good times. Okay. Alright, we can collect all this. Seems cool. Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely a game, like, as long... Like, if you're someone who deals with motion sickness, it's probably a bad time. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so taking the time to tear up the floor, not worth it. It does seem if we tear up the walls, the floor is not actually attached from below. It's all attached from the sides is what I'm guessing going on. Or I just pulled up enough that we, you know, broke the supporting parts of the floor as well. That's fine, I'll deal with that in a minute. But also there's the the tether system in Hard Space Shipbreaker is really fun. You kind of... It's kind of like you shoot out like those like Spider-Man webs between things, and it pulls them together. So you can take something that's really heavy and hard to maneuver and just tether it to where you're trying to send it. It'll slowly drag it that way. And what about upgrades and stuff? Does it have a lot of stuff like that? Yes. You don't gather resources in that one for that purpose. In that one, it is money, and then you get what they called links tokens, because it's the story of the game is that you basically work for a company town. It's out? Which is out? The new Bobaverse book? Heck yeah, because I just finished the last of Artorian's Archives that I was listening to. So that'll be good. So it's just about to become due for my next book. I just need to bang in that. Alright. So let's clean up some of this mess. That's... Alright. How's it going, Pankraro? Can I get a shout out for Pankraro, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Was playing, and I always forget, it's XCOM. You're playing modded XCOM. That's right. But plays a lot of like turn-based strategy games, a lot of indie games, bit of mixture of a whole bunch of stuff over there. Definitely good times over there. Greatest pink squid on the internet. But definitely good times. A lot more jingly bells than I do on my channel. Still a chill time and all that. But has lots of like little sound routines and that kind of stuff. What is your deal? Why are you not popping off? Break. Yeah, Resident Evil's going on over there. But that's when I tend to, like, a little bit before a stream, that's when I'll lurk. Knock out the other side of these walls. There's always a pleasure to pop in. Yeah, there's a lot of times where I pop in where I know I'm going to be going live in just a little bit that I don't say a whole lot. And then there's other times there's like a good conversation going on, but it's not something I'm particularly knowledgeable about. So I tend to just kind of lurk and listen. Learn a little, stay a while and listen. Learn a little bit, that kind of good stuff. Alright. Honestly, for a fairly janky simulation game, this is pretty good. It's no Hard Space Shipbreaker, but it does hit a lot of those things. Alright, what's still holding that up? No. Whiffed that one. It's actually a good level. Yeah, at this phase it is. When you get right at the beginning, each one of those rivet sets takes like 4 hits. Alright, so... Okay, you're still being held up by the cage. It gives the fun of, I must sledgehammer something. Hey, sometimes you just need to sledgehammer something. Okay, so we did drop the entire floor out from beneath us, but this is holding up along the outside here. Okay, so it looks like you already knocked out the floor in a lot of these places. I just need to destroy the rivets that are holding it up. Alright, let's get over to this side. But yeah, no, it's been pretty good. It's a janky game. We've had a good number of crashes. They're probably on crash 4 or 5, but luckily the autosave is aggressive enough. It's like, okay, I lost 5 minutes, whatever. It's not like when you're playing a game that's got like super hard bosses and then you crash and the 5 minutes you lost was the encounter with the super ridiculous boss. I've had that in games, and that's like, you finally beat the boss, you just sit there and you're like, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with this right now. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. Looks like I've got cut points I'm gonna need to deal with. And this is a game where you can set up the whole ship, so you just literally go, get it all lined up, and you go poke, and then the whole thing comes down. Don't ask questions as to how that rivet in the middle in the sky was holding it up. Alright, so you've got that there. And I've got this one here. I've got this one here, which is weird because that's not showing as ready for me to grab. Is there a good way for me to get an angle on that? Is there a ladder on the outside of this boat? No. So the problem I have is there's a couple rivets up here that are holding this plate in place. But I can't seem to get at them. I am getting the prompt. I hit it. Yeah. And you're all disassembled over here. You, I believe, are weld points. The hitbox of this column is a little rough. There we go. You're already clear. We go to this side over here. All right. Yeah, so you can see that the targeting on this is a little jank. This is probably the worst I've seen so far of stuff going on with the targeting. And it's because what's happening is there's a hitbox for some of these other things in front of it. If I would have cut it from above, it would have been really fast. Alright, so. You have it? Oh, there's connectors on the bottom. And the game is weird that even these connectors that aren't attached to anything, you do need to cut. Because, I mean, it's connected. Get it out of here. Okay. Alright, and now I just clean up. Yeah, it definitely feels like the box and the hand upgrades are your most important ones, just by the sheer volume of stuff you end up cleaning up at the end. Anything you can do to speed that part of the step up. It's just where you end up spending so much time just playing cleanup. That's fine. Because picking these up one by one and having only a 133-pound carry weight at the beginning was pretty rough. Considering we're carrying almost exactly 3 times that and picking them up, and I believe we pick up 4 things at a time now, if I'm not mistaken. So it ends up being thing. You can also crane the hallway. Yes, the problem is if you crane the hallway is it doesn't get most of the scrap, and some of it gets into the salvage yard and just dropped on the ground where you can't reach it anymore. So you lose out a lot of money if I just grab the hull before I've cleaned it out. Okay. And we also definitely get paid fairly, where we have single-handedly spent what would be in real life probably weeks worth of work cutting this thing apart. I mean, genuinely, you doing this by yourself, this could genuinely be months of work. Those things where I'm torching it apart in a matter of seconds, that's probably someone sitting there for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, depending on how much it wants to fight. And then hauling just one of these panels away, you know, it's going to be 2-3 minutes on a person carrying, like, the individual, maybe 2 or 3 panels away. Because it's not like you can get, you know, a dolly or something in here to stack up a couple of them. You're just going to make do with what you can grab and all that. And we do all this, and we get ourselves maybe 200, 300 bucks. Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly where the split points are in this. I'm guessing it's like down the middle, that side is one, down the middle, that side is one, that's over there one, then there's 2 on the other end, but I don't know for that for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and clean out this end here. And then once I've done that, we'll see what it highlights for the anchor. I mean, there's not really a strong seam down the middle. It could be just 3 pieces. We'll see. Okay. Okay. We already cut that one. Cool. And with that, get those 2 queued up. That's not where I wanted it, but that's where I put it. All right. Yep, so we're going to start craning those out one by one. there's no cut point over there. Okay. A little surprising, but that's fine. That's not even close to where I should put it, but that's okay. We have to do tidying up anyways, so what's a little bit more? Because so far I haven't been held up by the crane at all. And if I do, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a time sink, not compared to everything else. Oh yeah, I know you're all good, Soul Atoms. Usually the back seating, when it goes from being helpful to being a problem, is if someone's like, hey, you need to, like, whatever, or, you know, they start talking, like, min-maxing strategies, like, hey, you really should have 4 of these to 3 of those, and that kind of thing, where you start giving details that a player should really kind of work out on their own, or at least they would like the opportunity to. That's when things start to become a problem, is where it's like, here, let me just hand you the controller kind of things. This game reminds you of the scene from the movie Lord of War. I don't know that one. You really should do it my way. Oh man, the times I played a game where someone is like trying to go with the angle of you're playing it wrong, that kind of thing. I do enjoy deliberately misinterpreting what I'm being told and just acting like, you know, acting like they're just not explaining it well. Because you once got into problems with a streamer for that because me and the other person from chat were discussing things that happened 10 minutes before. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, because as a streamer, especially if chat's, like, really popping off during the evening, you definitely have times where you're glancing back, trying to catch up, and, you know, you miss the occasional thing. And then out of context you try and catch things, and it looks like the person is like being very direct with you, but it's because they're responding to someone else's question, and they're not even being direct with that person. It's just their response. It's like, hey, how do you do this? Well, do you do that kind of thing, but you miss the context of where the thing is. I've definitely had some friendly fire I've caused where I catch a comment out of context, and it's like, whoa, hang on, man, you don't just see that. But then you get the context, you're like, oh wait, I understand. In the context, it was fine. It's a Nicolas Cage movie where he plays a gunrunner. Gotcha, yeah, and I didn't see that one. I honestly don't watch very many movies. Like, not like anything against movies. I'm someone who prefers to actively consume versus passively consume stuff as much as possible. It's just, I find it more enjoyable. There's definitely times it's an exception. Like, I'm doing fine now, but where I was at the days I took off stream, I was definitely more in the passive consumption. Now, granted, I spent the whole time playing Star Trekker, which for those who didn't hear my follow-up review on Star Trekker, like, when I was playing on stream at first, I'm like, man, this is really rough. Like, it's got so many good things, but so many bad things. My final verdict after playing through literally the whole game is that it's actually good, but it's got some serious accessibility problems, and they really need to retune both how punishing failure is in the game, and then, like, I would honestly say they should probably give you the first 3-4 levels of armor just right out of the box. And, you know, just like straight from the beginning, and just like delete those levels. Just like give it to you and just delete those earlier ones. Because at the very beginning of the game, you so much as get near you so much as get near like another ship, you just barely scratch at like no speed, and you got like 3 hull breaches, and those hull breaches are pretty awful. So it needs some it needs some tweaks. The other thing I'd say it also needs to do is the game really doesn't emphasize how important it is to not treat it like American Truck Simulator. Like, just very genuinely, they need to just not have an approach like that. And it's like the explanation that they need to kind of do. And treat it a lot more like if you played like the old space trading games where you had to like look for stuff on its cheapest price and then sell it on its highest price. You know, listening to that sounds obvious. But you're talking even stuff like fuel. It's like, no, go out of your way to seek out cheap fuel. Like, make that your plan of attack. Like, what trade routes you can get going there, that's great. That's your secondary consideration. Be like, I need energy cells. Where's energy cheap? It's cheap over there. Okay, can I find a trade that happens to be in that direction as well? That's very much seems to be a lot more. Let's see. In my opinion, they should just give you armor alongside the paint job when the end of warranty. Yeah, no, I could also see like you get you lost the contract. I don't think I've lost the contract yet. I may have. I did. Well, crap. They're over there on the left and I just don't... It's fine. It's whatever. If I get into the game, I'm sure I'll have to play... Like, when I say get into the game, what are the achievements like in this one? Craft the level 5 crate, finish the tutorial, purchase your first explosive, upgrade all your stuff to level 5, finish all the contracts, keep a total of $10,000 in your account. Fully craft all the tools. Find all the collectibles. Finish all the... Like, there's definitely finishing all the contracts. Yeah. So it is a lot of contracts and all that. That said, I should definitely be careful to not accidentally skip them like I keep doing. Because I'll have to circle by to, like, early game contracts. It's just so easy to forget. So let's see here. Gloves. So that's not going to give me more item pickup. Let's see if I can't buy the next level of box. We knew he would. Yeah, not ADHD things. And then plus as a streamer, we're juggling like 30 different things we're paying attention to at any given moment. So it compounds. I don't know what more damage would do. Because we already knock out all the things. Maybe it's later on we will get we'll get stuff that yeah, that's more range. I'll grab it just because. And we'll go upgrade our box. Okay, we are going to sell a tiny little bit of metal. Upgrade our box. So just a tiny little bit of metal. There we go. Upgrade our box to be able to store even more stuff. And then we'll sell all the rest. Okay, so you, order, okay. And we are broke. So that's good. So we've already got ourselves up to, what is it, level 7 box? So I can carry almost 400 pounds. So that's good news. So let's sell the rest of our materials. And I am going to scrap what's left of our boat. Okay, so this was the slippery herring, so we'll scrap the slippery herring. Money also feels weird in this. Oh yeah, no, the units for everything is weird. So we got the chilling turtle. So I'll go ahead and buy the chilling turtle. Now, I'm not going to... Destructibles 1,999 destructibles on that boat. What on earth is going on there? Most of the boats we've looked at earlier were like 16. Oh no, I'm sure I'll need more, like, I'll need the materials and all that. Honestly, with the speed I'm getting the money to buy the upgrades and all that, I could definitely see down the low road not even have to worry. So that'll give me 200. That's still item picking 4. Oh man, you're 900 now. And that's more damage if we do that. That's also more damage. I honestly feel like I'm just gonna keep the focus on those two, and we'll deal with it later. Yeah, no, I realize I'm gonna need more materials. With as many of the things as there are later, I do suspect later on we'll need to deal with that. But what is gonna happen here, chat, is I am gonna pull this up to whichever side looks like the most open. Is this actually our first not destroyed boat? Oh, never mind. I was about to be like, is this the first boat that's intact? Yeah, I didn't see the back. It's fine. But what's going to happen here, chat, is I am going to be saving the game because I don't have enough time to knock out another full boat, and I am still fighting COVID, so I'm not going to push my luck. Last night it was one of those things that got down to the last 10 minutes of stream, and it was just super fast that the energy went down. I was like, oh, I pushed too hard. So I'm not going to do that tonight. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly for you because there's no rating over there. What is going to happen over here on the Twitch side is I am going to snooze these ads so you don't get hit with them. And I'm